No, bueno, estoy perdido. Estoy volteando a ver la bolsa y se empieza a mover y empieza a poner todos los números, ¿no? Rojo, sobre todo hay mucho rojo ahorita. Y digo, bueno, ahorita que den las 6:30, voy a empezar. Güey, si la bolsa se está moviendo, son las 6:30. Qué estúpido eres, Alejandro. Gracias, gracias. Buenos días a todos ustedes. Muy feliz viernes. Espero que le estén pasando muy bien, que estén listos para el fin de semana. Vamos a darle con todo. Bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que ahorita vamos a estar viendo los precios de absolutamente todo con el buen Farhan y el buen Alex, pero antes de eso, como siempre, les traigo una reflexión, brother, una reflexión. Antes que nada, vamos a noticias, no noticias. Les están contando a todos ustedes que este cierre de gobierno en Estados Unidos, mis estimados, este cierre en Estados Unidos de gobierno está causando que estén cortando los vuelos, ¿no? Comerciales, que estén cortando comida, que estén cortando varias cosas. Esto no es cierto. Esto es simplemente el deterioro económico. Ahora, si voltean a ver acciones, ¿no? Lo hemos platicado. Carvana, CarMax, de coches yéndose a la mierda, los eléctricos yéndose a la mierda, pero son los últimos porque acaban de dar resultados. Ford, GM, Ferrari, Porsche yéndose a la mierda. Todos yéndose a la mierda. Volteas a ver cosas de comida. Bueno, güey, ¿qué te digo de Wendy's? ¿Qué te digo de Jack in the Box? ¿Qué te digo de IHOP? ¿Qué te digo de todos ellos yéndose a la mierda? Cuando volteas a ver a DoorDash, que es aquí en Estados Unidos, todo el mundo usa DoorDash en vez de Uber o Uber Eats y esas mamadas. DoorDash es el más establecido. Simplemente después de entregar resultados cayó 20% en un día. Y ahorita lo que yo estaba viendo es, ¿cómo se llama? Ayer pedí en DoorDash, ayer me tragué una hamburguesa deliciosa y te dan un descuento gigantesco por pedir a través de la aplicación y no me había dado cuenta y me metí a mis órdenes pasadas y ya llevaba, digamos, un mes y medio con estos descuentos tan grandes. Entonces, todo está descontado efectivamente. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque el cierre de gobierno no afecta a nada, a nadie. Todo esto es simplemente el consumidor. Y ahora, lo importante para mí es notar que el consumidor al grado de DoorDash estar puteado, eso es muy importante. Porque, ah, Dios, eso no es gente pobre. La gente pobre no compra DoorDash, ¿ok? La gente de, tal vez no pobre, pero que tenga algo, pero no mucho, tal vez, pero los que no tienen no compran DoorDash. Y aquí nos están vendiendo también la idea de que solamente la gente pobre está jodida. No es cierto, no es cierto. Y esto me lleva a mi siguiente punto. Honestamente ya no sé qué hacer, ya no sé qué hacer. Les había dicho y yo creo que es por eso, ¿no? Hay algo dentro de mi ser que puede entender o ver para adelante dentro de mí mismo. No estoy diciendo el mercado y la verga. Y les había dicho, güey, ya me voy a retirar si le pego a todo esto esta vez, a esta bajada que va a resultar el final de este trimestre o de este año o el primer trimestre del próximo. Y ahorita como está yendo las cosas y estoy viendo todo, creo que estamos ahí. Y ya no sé qué hacer porque estoy hasta la madre de repetirme de algo que llevo diciendo hace un año que está pasando ahorita. En lo que todo el mundo está corriendo. Digo, me da igual lo que en realidad todo el mundo esté haciendo. Simplemente yo estoy muy aburrido de esto, de compartirlo en voz alta con ustedes, honestamente. Ya llegué a ese punto en esto, donde, ¿cuál es el punto? No, y habrá muchos de ustedes que los que están jugando y que estén en el casino y que estén dándole, me imagino que les está yendo muy bien, esperaría, me imagino que ustedes estarían de, no, güey, pues es dinero gratis, continúa. Pero con todo respeto a todos ustedes y los quiero mucho, eso no me importa. Esto es para mí, yo gano este juego porque yo pues, me llevo el dinero al banco. Todo lo que les digo lo estoy haciendo, ¿no? No es de la nada. Pero ya estoy cansado de simplemente repetir lo mismo una y otra vez, contarles el por qué una y otra vez y que literalmente me siente el güey más fuera de lugar en lo que literalmente todo esto ha estado ocurriendo. ¿Cuál es el punto? A este punto he llegado. ¿Cuál es el punto de continuar esto? ¿No? Ahora, lo que voy a esperar es que me dé el planeta o este universo, que me dé una lección de humildad y que el mercado rebote y vaya a altos históricos en todo sentido. Eso sería bastante divertido. Pero creo que ya es muy tarde para eso. Eh, y una vez más, y llegamos aquí. ¿Y dónde está la gloria que este pendejo se imaginaba iba a tener? Porque no existe. ¿Dónde está? No hay. No hay. Nunca hagan nada por gloria ante los demás. Háganlo por su propio beneficio. Y ahí es donde mínimo tengo el silver lining, ¿no? La buena noticia de todo esto es, estuvo muy divertido. Estuvo muy divertido aprender esto, volverme uno de los peores en ver esto para poder ver para adelante y hacer trades. En general, ni siquiera te tenías que meter muy difícil, ¿no? Después de que vimos a Trump ser elegido y la euforia de mercado, me voy a salir, me voy a salir. Y después ves que en el fondo de los aranceles te están dando noticias piteras y te están diciendo que va a ser la recesión más hermosa del mundo, pues volvemos a entrar. Y sabemos cuándo nos vamos a deshacer de todo para el último cuarto de este año. ¿Por qué? Porque vamos a estar llegando al tope. Ahí estamos. Ahora, esto para Alejandro del pasado hubiera sido muy emocionante, pero para mí ya no. Para mí y de nuevo, divertido ver tu cuenta de banco, ¿no? Uy, qué padre, puedo agregar más dinero a eso que ni me gasto. Qué chingón. ¿Y? ¿Y? ¿No? Otra vez. Y me gusta, por cierto, para todos ustedes que crean que esto es un problema, para empezar, ustedes pueden creer lo que gusten, ¿no? Sí, sí, sí dice, güey, este güey tiene pedos. Tengo pedos. Eh, Simplemente no me gusta estar haciendo lo mismo todo el tiempo. Una vez que lo conquisto, puedo moverme para adelante y eso es lo que me gusta muchísimo. Y quiero invitar a muchos de ustedes que exploren tal vez esas posibilidades. Es muy cómodo quedarte haciendo algo que puedes hacer todo el tiempo. Y por cierto, la divinidad de esto es que una vez que ahorita lo deje, yo voy a poder seguir simplemente jugando esto tal cual, este casino y haciendo esto. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que vamos a dejarlo de trading. Trading es otra cosa, ¿no? Que son movimientos a corto plazo y podemos dejarlo ahí tal cual. Pero los quiero invitar a todos para que piensen en esto. Tengo la bendición, llamémoslo una bendición, de que pues puedo dejar de hacer esto, ¿no? Imagínate que fuera doctor y puedo dejar esto, puedo dejar de ser doctor y hacer dinero, no. Pero en esto sí, porque es literalmente simplemente movimientos del mercado, ¿no? Es algo como lo que me encanta que veo en ¿cómo se llama? Eh, no sé. No, olvídenlo, olvídenlo, olvídenlo. No sé, es algo que simplemente puedo continuar haciendo yo personalmente y ya dejar esto en paz para no, porque saben que ayer le estaba diciendo a mi vieja, eh, me dice, ¿por qué no has hecho videos esta semana? Le digo, no estoy inspirado para nada, porque lo único que quiere mi changuito es salirle a decir a todos que estaba en lo correcto en todo esto. Y ya no me interesa eso. No, o sea, qué divertido, güey. Le atinaste algo, qué chingón. Y o sea, me está quitando ya me está frenando de poder ser más creativo en otras cosas. Y yo creo que para mí ese es el problema. Y los quiero invitar a todos ustedes a que vean esto y que hagan esto en sus vidas también. Una vez que seas máster de algo, vean hacerte máster de otra cosa. Y puedes hacerlo de 1000 cosas. Todo el mundo te va a decir que no, todo el mundo. No, mejor dedícate a los coches. Antes de eso me decían, mejor dedícate a tus videos de BlackBerry cuando empecé con lo de los coches. Cuando empecé a hablar de finanzas y todo esto, dedícate a bienes raíces y a tus coches, nada más, no sabes nada. Y ahorita ya, llegué a esto, contento, ¿no? No, ya hago videos hablando de espiritualidad. Todo el mundo, no es que la espiritualidad se puso de moda, entonces el Salo lo está haciendo. Llevo desde el 2019 haciendo esto de la espiritualidad. A cierto punto te vuelves mejor que mucha gente en lo demás si es que quieres seguir aprendiendo. Y esto es algo a lo que quiero invitar a todos ustedes a que hagan y se den cuenta que tenemos poderes ilimitados de poder aprender lo que queramos y poder hacer lo que sea. Podemos salirnos de esta cajita en la que nos metemos nosotros mismos de ser catalogados el economista, el doctor, el director, el productor, lo que quieras. Puedes salirte y puedes salir a hacer cosas nuevas y más grandes. Para ti, no tienen que ser más grandes para el mundo, ¿no? Porque a fin de cuentas, si estamos midiendo esto en éxitos, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el éxito relativo que tengo en esto comparado con otras cosas que he hecho? Solamente lo que me llevo al banco. El éxito relativo en eso aquí no existe para mí en cuanto a mi audiencia y todo eso. No lo es. Con los coches es sencillo, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el éxito en eso? Güey, haber sido el que estableció lo que todos están viendo el día de hoy en repetición. Está chido. En esto también empezamos temprano con esto, pero eh, este tema de los mercados y todo eso, he visto pocas cosas en el mundo que estén tan lavadas, tan manipulada la gente en ello, donde no puedes hablar racionalmente con nadie. Me siento, les voy a decir esto, me siento cuando te despiertas y empiezas a decir, güey, todo esto es una farsa, todo esto son mamadas, ¿no? Que tienes ese tiempo de solitud antes de darte cuenta que efectivamente tienes todo y no necesitas estar con todos los demás hablando de lo mismo para poder sentirte que perteneces, ¿no? Y en este momento es justamente eso. Me siento en ese punto donde no puedo hablar con nadie de esto porque es tan sencillo y tan estúpido, pero todo el mundo lo quiere complicar más porque no entienden lo que están diciendo. Y ya es como, güey, una y otra vez hablando de lo mismo y sonando como loco. Y ahora no importa que suene como loco todos los días para ustedes, pero para mí ya no me llena, ya no me llena. Y una vez más, espero, la diversión y la cosa más divertida sería que este mercado se dé la vuelta y me calle el hocico, se vaya a altos históricos ahorita, nos olvidemos de todo lo que les dije. Pero cuando volteas a ver todas las acciones, una vez más, menos los índices importantes y las 7 magníficas, todo ya está 20, 30, 40% abajo y esto normalmente es una de esas correcciones. Y la cosa es, para todos ustedes, esta es tal vez una de las últimas cosas que les digas de esto. ¿Cuándo vamos a encontrar fondo? Cuando empiecen a hablar de que todo se está yendo a la mierda. Ahorita nadie está hablando de eso. Nadie, 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 nadie. Y me refiero a cuando Donald Trump sale y te diga, va a haber una recesión, ¿no? Ahí es cuando literalmente quieres entrar. Es muy fácil, es muy fácil. Entonces, por ahora todavía tiene más camino para correr, no han arreglado nada, están echándole la culpa a lo del gobierno, todo esto continúa tal cual, están implementando un nuevo sistema monetario, se los he contado 1,000,000 de veces, con el por qué el oro está funcionando como está funcionando y todo esto. Por más que crean que sea una tesis, ¿cómo verga supe que esto iba a pasar hace un año? ¿Casualidad? ¿Cómo verga supe lo del último año que iba a pasar? ¿Casualidad? ¿Cómo supe que era el final o estábamos muy cerca del fondo en abril? ¿Casualidad? Puedes llamarlo lo que quieras, suerte, tal vez. Ya estoy cansado de tener suerte. No lo digo así. Estoy cansado de tener suerte en voz alta. Estoy encantado, por cierto, pues imagínate comprar todas las cosas que suben y vender cuando bajan, ¿no? Qué divertido. Honestamente, le doy gracias a la vida y a mí mismo, a mí mismo yo, ¿no? Que es Dios. Le doy gracias por las oportunidades que me ha dado por completo, por absoluto y por hacer esto. Pero estoy tan aburrido, cabrones, para que se den una idea. Estoy tan aburrido que estoy empezando ya a leer libros. El güey que les dijo, güey, qué hueva leer, ya estoy hasta la madre de leer guiones y no sé qué. Estoy leyendo libros. A ese punto de aburrido estoy. Porque vuelvo, me meto a X, ¿no? Que es normalmente donde absorbo qué es lo que les están contando a todos ustedes para poder entender cuál es la retórica en este momento. La retórica en este momento, para los que se pregunten cuál es sencilla. Les están vendiendo a todos ustedes que estamos ante un escenario idéntico al del 2020, que va a venir inflación, le están diciendo en voz alta, la Reserva Federal va a hacer QT, le va a cortar el QT, se los están contando. Les están diciendo que van a acelerar la impresión de dinero ante una economía que está acelerando. Les están vendiendo la idea de que viene un subidón de mercado y les han dicho a todos ustedes que tienen que comprar acciones en vez de tener cash por el último tiempo y que compren oro en vez de tener todo y que compren Bitcoin y que continúen porque el dólar se va a cero. Esta será tal vez una de las últimas, si no la última vez que lo digo. Si ustedes creen que eso es lo que está pasando, se han perdido de absolutamente todo. Está pasando lo contrario, completamente lo contrario. Es todo. Si pueden entender esto, y esto es lo que quiero, ¿no? Que siempre les digo, quiero que aprendan esto ustedes. Quiero que ustedes aprendan todo esto, porque no vale la pena seguir a alguien ¿cómo se dice? No vale la pena seguir los movimientos a alguien si no entiendo lo que está haciendo, porque entonces no estoy aprendiendo nada. Estoy yendo con el pescador a pescar, pero el día que ya no viene, ¿qué pasa? No sé ni cómo lanzar la caña ni poder extender esto, no sé nada. Y ese es el problema. Entonces, lo que yo quiero que entiendan es que el mercado no se analiza como todos lo están analizando. El mercado se analiza con cómo están vendiéndole a la gente lo que está ocurriendo y viendo el presente. Nadie está intentando adivinar el futuro. Estamos viendo el presente los que somos buenos en esto. ¿Okay? Personalmente voy a decir, yo creo que ya me considero bueno en esto. Pero pues ya, aquí está, ¿no? Y ahora esto, para mí todavía lo más culero de todo, porque estoy viendo a toda esta gente que está diciendo que se viene la gran impresión de dinero. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué te quieren ayudar? Porque es lo que te acostumbraron a pensar en los últimos años. No quieren ayudarte. Hasta los viejitos. Esto estoy hablando de un boomer que tiene unos excelentes libros, ha hecho muy buenos análisis en el pasado de todo, etcétera. Ahora tiene un libro que se llama The Big Print, la gran impresión de dinero, ¿no? Está, ya viene el Big Print, lo dice cada 2 meses. ¿Por qué viene, señor? ¿Por qué? Recuerda, la economía está muy fuerte y es lo que todos ustedes creen y está acelerando todavía más. ¿Por qué van a imprimir dinero? No es que lo quieren imprimir solamente para crear inflación. No, ya se robaron todo el dinero y ahora le van a dar valor al dinero que se robaron. Es todo. Y es a lo que voy. Es muy decepcionante poder verlo tan sencillamente, porque ves a todo el mundo corriendo en círculos con unas teorías súper chaquetas, ¿no? Basadas en la información que les están dando estos tíos, analizando datos económicos que les da el gobierno. Así no se estudia la economía para los que están aprendiendo ahorita. La economía se estudia volteando a ver a todos lados alrededor tuyo, ver cómo te está afectando a ti, cómo le está afectando a la gente alrededor tuyo. No son con datos de gobierno. Y mientras más push y pull tengas de poder platicar con gente que tenga negocios en diferentes vertientes, todavía te vas a volver un mejor analista en vez de escuchar estupideces. Y de eso se trata esto, literalmente. Y es lo que quiero que ustedes puedan aprovechar, que entiendan, nada de esto importa, ninguna de las cosas que les están diciendo importa. La verdad está enfrente de todos ustedes y es más fácil de ver que de lo que se imaginan. Pero por alguna razón todo el mundo refuta ver eso y la sencillez de un mercado que no es libre. Es una estupidez. Díganme una cosa, ¿ustedes de verdad creen que la bolsa y cripto está cayendo todo primero por atrás y hasta el último van a tirarlos? Y claramente los índices apenas los están tirando y las 7 magníficas. ¿Ustedes creen que el inversor normal, tú y yo, agarramos nuestras tarjetas y nuestras carteras y empezamos a vender todos al mismo tiempo cosas secundarias? Cosas que van directo al consumidor, como DoorDash, como CarMax. Todos nos pusimos de acuerdo. No, el mercado no funciona así. El mercado no es libre, es una ilusión completa. Completa. Todo esto está hecho, ellos manejan todo, dónde lo van a tirar, dónde lo van a subir, porque simplemente están rotando su capital para justificar por qué sigue inflándose de valor. Piénsalo, si tú fueras dueño del sistema, ¿no es lo que harías? Es lo que hacen. Y es por eso, suena tan loco y todo el mundo, ¿no? Voltea a ver esto y dicen, este güey es un pinche loco de mierda, no entiende lo que está pasando. ¿Cómo han visto los últimos 2 años? Por más loco que esté, que les parezca, no están viendo los resultados. Y aquí eso es la lección para ustedes. Dejen de creer lo que les enseñaron. Vean lo que está pasando. Está enfrente de todos ustedes. Todos ustedes pueden hacer esto. Yo soy uno de los güeyes más pendejos del mundo. Me lo dijeron todos, no, mis papás, mis abuelos, en línea directa. Le decía a mi abuelita, me senté una vez en la cama, que vino y me estaba dando una lección de no sé qué vergas. Y le digo, es que abuela, ¿tú crees que soy pendejo? Y agarra y me pone la mano en el hombro y con una mirada de empatía y corazón, el corazón en los ojos, me dice, es que eres pendejo, mijo. Si este pendejo puede ver esto, todos ustedes también pueden. Dejen de poner atención a todas las estupideces que están vendiendo y vean la narrativa que están construyendo. Y ahora esto es difícil porque esto viene de marketing, entender qué es lo que le están vendiendo a la gente y cómo se lo están vendiendo. Pero si aprendes eso, puedes dominar absolutamente todo en este planeta. De eso se trata todo. Entender por qué te están vendiendo lo que te están vendiendo y cómo. Una vez que lo haces, en todo. Esto aplica en todo. Van a poder ustedes literalmente hacer todo esto. Ver dónde están los topes, dónde no, cuándo acaba. Ah, y la otra cosa que tienen que agregar al análisis es, tienen que ver cuánto tiempo tarda en verdad un consumidor que le acaban de dar dinero dejar de tener dinero. ¿Cuánto tiempo tarda un consumidor que no puede trabajar en irse a la mierda? Eso es algo que he aprendido en los últimos 6 años, desde el 2020, y he puesto demasiada atención. Y creo que todos ustedes deben de poner atención también a eso, porque esto es parte primordial de todo. Entender cuánto tiempo toma a la gente literalmente estar en cagada. Y es por eso que hice mi predicción basado en esto, basado en la mentira, basado en cuánto tiempo ya nos quedaba de, de dinero fácil, cuánto tiempo le quedaba a la gente de dinero y de gasto, etcétera. Y es eso. Es todo lo que quiero compartir con ustedes. Honestamente, voy a esperarme, no voy a cantar victoria todavía. No lo voy a hacer. Me gustaría que me sorprenda esto y me dé una buena lección de humildad, honestamente, y que la bolsa continúe subiendo, ¿no? A máximos históricos, como dice todo el mundo, como dice Grant Cardone, como dice el güey que me enseñó de cripto que no ha aprendido nada, el güey sigue comiéndose todos los topes. Dinero fácil, va a haber más dinero gratis en la mesa, señores. No sé por qué, pero va a haber. Ahí está. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Gracias por estar acá conmigo, como siempre. Y vámonos al casino El Tío Salo. Ahora, ¿quieren aprender todavía para volverse aún más vergas en todo lo que es inversión? Para mí, trading es lo que me hizo todavía más potente. Es como ver las balas en cámara lenta cuando te disparan. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando estás usando apalancamiento y te metes en apalancamiento, literalmente no hay, tu margen de error es mínimo. Entonces, cuando compras cosas en spot como acciones, criptos, etcétera, es un juego muy lento. Tenemos aquí nuestro Discord, es completamente gratis para todos ustedes. Nuestro menú está del lado izquierdo, por cierto, este es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Tenemos justamente esto por acá, el ETA, las alertas para todo el mundo. Ayer pusimos unas alertas para mandarles nueva alerta de Bitcoin, nueva alerta de Ethereum, nueva alerta de Solana. Se las mandamos el día de ayer y jaló rico. También tenemos los análisis de Alex, tenemos los análisis de el buen Farhan por acá. Y también tenemos los análisis del tío Salo, que son más de ruco. Acá tenemos al dólar ganando terreno, lo que me dijo que esto iba a empezar a caer todavía más, con volatilidad expandiendo, etcétera. Aquí les pongo pocos de estos análisis, así que no se preocupen. Los vergas acá en Crypto y Trading son Alex y Farhan. Yo les pongo acá simplemente de macro y de las pendejadas que veo. Pueden también ver acá nuestros videos de cómo tradear, los tienen por acá, pero también les dejamos los enlaces tal cual por acá. Y para la gente que no sepa criptolingo, que vea abreviaciones o cosas que usemos, aquí están. Ahora, si no entiendes que es una desviación, no entiendes que es un retesteo bajista, no entiendes que es un cambio de soporte a resistencia, no entiendes que es la media móvil exponencial, ¿no? Todas estas cosas. Vete el curso de Elite Trading Academy de cero a trader. Con eso vas a aprender las bases, vas a poder entender el lenguaje que hablamos y a través del tiempo, si lo sigues aplicando, y acá tenemos estos en vivos lunes, miércoles y viernes gratis, cabrones, gratis. Viendo esto una y otra vez, vas a aprender. Y puedes irte a cualquier otro canal y te va a funcionar todo eso igual, porque tienes que hablar el lenguaje de trading para poder aprenderlo. Esa es mi opinión pura y dura. Es lo que queremos compartir con ustedes. También, si quieren tradear ya futuros, están listos, han estado haciendo su tarea, etcétera, pueden caer si no saben cómo hacerlo y no saben cómo usar los exchanges, que a mí me costó trabajo, honestamente, al principio, porque son muy diferentes a todo lo que he usado. Tenemos aquí tutoriales, son gratis en nuestro sitio. Todos los enlaces están aquí abajo, directos para esto también. Y les recomiendo mucho ver el cómo tradear en B2Nix. ¿Por qué? Es un video de 11 minutos que acabo de hacer con el layout completamente de la nueva página de B2Nix al pedo para poder enseñarles cómo funciona el día de hoy, cómo encontrar futuros, cómo abrir su cuenta, cómo mandarse dinero en la cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a su cuenta dentro de su cuenta a futuros, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo abrir tu margen, cómo ponerlo en 50X, 100X, 200X, lo que quieras. Asegurarte que tu tu margen sea aislado y no cruzado, también importante. Todo esto está aquí en 11 minutos y cómo sacar tu dinero de ahí. Súper fácil y completamente gratis. En Bitunix puedes apalancarte hasta 125x, eso quiere decir con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $125,000. Y aquí en cómo tradear en Bluffing es lo mismo. Yo recomendaría, si quieres aprender a tradear en Bluffing, usa el de Bitunix. Bluffing es idéntico, solo que el layout de Bluffing ya cambió. Tienes aquí nuestro enlace para también participar directamente en todas las actividades que hacemos. Y Bluffing te deja apalancarte hasta 150x. Entonces, con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de 150,000. Y también tenemos BTCC. BTCC te deja apalancarte hasta 500x. Con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $500,000. Sin más ni más, damas y caballeros, les traigo a las estrellas del show. Les dejo aquí al buen Farhan y Alex. Good morning, boys. Good morning.
Buenos dias, muchachos. Happy Friday. Actually, remember this time it's Friday.
Wow.
Yo, what up, boys?
Are making advancements like that not even AI is making these days, knowing that it's
exponential growth.
Exponential growth is
our man Elon just got paid $1 trillion. We know it's Friday. Wow.
By the way, that's already done, so Tesla now can go fuck itself.
Yeah.
Now that
it's literally exactly what you said. I saw a notification earlier today that Tesla shares are down on open, and I'm like, oh, his shit got approved.
Of course. Of course. What else is going to happen right now? Dude, fucking DoorDash is like collapsing. And I had been looking at my DoorDash, but I thought I was very special. As you guys know, my ego is so big. I thought I was very special. And I was like, why does DoorDash keep giving me these discounts? Because they are like, it's super cheap for some reason.
Yeah, they do.
And now I saw their stock is completely fucked now because no one's ordering on DoorDash. That's why they were giving me these discounts.
So they want to bump the order numbers.
Yeah. And it's just not working. So if DoorDash is fucked, I don't think Tesla is going to do any better. That's just me, though. I could be totally wrong here.
It's maybe they're connected. Maybe all of tech moves in the same sector.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe not.
Exactly. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe. Who knows? This is the great mystery of life.
Unfortunately, they don't have DoorDash in Mexico.
I know. They only have well, everybody uses Uber Eats or Rappi, right?
Yeah. And Didi.
And Didi. Yeah. Wow. Didi's pretty gay. Let's get going. Let's get going. Incredible that they use Didi down there in Mexico.
No Didi.
Hang on. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Farhano, take us there.
Take us home, Farhanski.
Say that again?
Take us home, Farhanski.
That's right.
Where she's going.
All right, we'll start with the daily. So right now we have another move to the downside, retesting our current lows. As of the moment, the hope PM is that this is going to put in a higher low. And you do currently have probabilities in that favor because you are tapping the 97.5% on the HPDR. You're currently around the 88.3%, which gives you an 11.7% chance of continuation from this zone. Ideally, what you'd want to see is a daily close over this 88.3% at $101,150, and that will give you your short-term relief bounce. And targets for that relief bounce for me would be somewhere between the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA, but I'm thinking somewhere closer towards the 9, which is around this $105,000 area. I'm thinking this bounce takes us somewhere between 105, maybe 106 to tap this 50%, which would also be this wick low, and somewhere around there is if we're bearish, we're going to be looking for the rejection and for these HPDR ranges to step down and then move to the downside. The bullish scenario is getting a close back over this 38.2%, which is currently at 107,700, and that'll take you back up to retesting your 113, 114 lower high. At that point, then the probabilities become a lot more alive for a bottom in this zone and then a retest of somewhere in the 118s to 120s. Extremely unlikely at this point, though, and we'll get to that in the momentum chart because we do have a setup that is currently firing off. Daily momentum is now once again flipping back to the downside with volatility at extremes going to the expanding, but still not quite topped out just yet. And you are now getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel because it tried to give you a buy by attempting to cross over, didn't confirm, and then diverged. And once again, you got the sell signal. This is happening a little bit lower than you would like to see it in the bullish control zone. So arguably, this could have played out because we've already gotten a pretty nasty dump to the downside with that signal. Let's measure it and see how much. Currently about 14, 15%, almost 16% to the downside off of that one signal, which is happening slightly above the bearish control zone. It would be a lot less significant if it was happening in the bearish control zone. 4 hours, come on. 4 hours also giving us a little bit of a bounce here from that attempt at a higher low. Momentum is attempting to flip back up, still below that moving average, and volatility is now very close to going into a contracting phase. What we'd like to see if we're bullish is a close over this 5 EMA at around 101,200, and that'll give you send you up a little bit higher towards somewhere around that 104 area. Let's go a little bit lower. 15-minute is not turning to the downside with the tap of our 88.3%. It's opposite move on the higher time frames, where you're unlikely to get continuation beyond the zone, more likely a little bit of a consolidation and pullback. And right now, what that pullback target would be is somewhere between this 21, which is around 100,500, and on an extended pullback, somewhere around that $100,200 zone. But I do expect this to hold for now, and then attempt at slightly higher towards somewhere around 101 to 102. Before the actual pullback, if we're going to get one. And 15 minutes also giving you a bullish cross on the jewel with the pink above the yellow in the bearish control zone. Lines up with maybe a higher low in the zone and then attempt at a little bit higher. 12 hours now flipping back up on momentum. Volatility is contracting. You do have a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Let's zoom in on this momentum. Lower lows. So there's no possibility of divergence there. 2 days closing in about 1 day and 9 hours. We got a fresh close on a doji candle off of this 200 SMA. A doji, after a move to the downside, signals indecision from the downside move, telling you likely you're going to get somewhat of a mean reversion bounce from this zone here, as long as this wick low holds, which is currently at 98,911. We are currently have momentum to the downside, but if you notice, we are making a higher low on momentum, while price is making a lower low, giving you possibility of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 104,508, and that does confirm. That will give you an easy target of tapping somewhere around your bottom 38.2%, which is right now at roughly $109,000 zone. Your first line of resistance is going to be this 9 EMA, which is currently at that $106,000 zone. But off of that divergence, you should retest the super cross, which is at that 109 area. So the jewel is giving you a sell signal currently. 5-day also. Let's get to the index for this one, more accurate data. On Bluffin, we're hitting the very extremes on the HPDR, but on the index, we're not. So I guess this does give you a little bit of data that you're probably going to get somewhat of a mean reversion bounce from this zone, but likely doesn't tell you that you're going to get too much of a bounce, because this you're not at the 100% on the index. You're only there on Bluffin. But on the index, you are losing the 55 EMA, you're losing the 61.8%. And as long as you're closing below about 105,000, more likely that you're going to continue towards somewhere around 94, 95,000. Hope PM is you close over that 104, 105 area, and then you can get a little bit of an extended bounce. Weekly is now still losing that 38.2%, with momentum entering into the bearish control zone and volatility expanding. Got a fresh sell signal on the jewel, and you're getting a little bit of a bounce from this 55 EMA. This is the hopium. If this 55 does continue to hold, this is the last area where we had our major bounce from our major bottom at 74,000, and we went to new all-time highs. So as long as we are holding this 55 EMA on a closing basis, it is more in the bulls camp for a little bit of a bounce from this zone. Losing this 55 EMA on a closing basis is what gives you your next extended dump ski into that $80,000 zone, and we're going to get the targets on there on the monthly. Right now, the 100 sits at around 85, 86,000. Let's see what happened last time we lost this 55 on a closing basis. Right over here, we ended up going slightly lower, and from there, once we reclaimed the 55, that's when the real busting actions have started. Let's find another example. Over here, we lost the 55, major dump ski. Here, we lost it on one close, went a little bit lower, and then reclaimed it on the next one, and then busting action. Here, we lost it, massive downside move. This was COVID. Interesting how the COVID dump actually did have a bunch of technical bearish setups. 2-week. Come on, 2-week is also getting that breakdown from the loss of 38.2%. Momentum is entering into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding. And 2-week is now about to take out that possibility of hidden bullish divergence. Once you get a close below 98,330, they'll no longer be possible for hidden bullish divergence. But as of right now, you still can close over 116.55 and confirm it because you haven't gotten that close on a lower low just yet. And confirmation would give you target of the median, which is right now at about 139, 140. But that requires a very big if because you got to close over 116.55. And monthly is flipped to the downside of momentum with bearish divergence currently, and which will be confirmed with any close below 107,412, and that will give you a target towards that 21 EMA, which is currently at around $88,000, $87,000. With volatility now expanding with momentum to the downside, and zoom in on the jewel, you are now getting a sell signal on the jewel. Interesting, it flipped directly from buy to sell. That's very bearish. Then we go to the RSI. Right. There is currently possibility for bullish divergence on the RSI because you are making lower lows on price with higher low on the RSI. You will need to close above 104,508 to confirm it, and that will give you a target of somewhere around 105 to about 108, so to 109. So there you go. I am thinking you're going to get that more extended move to around that 109 zone if it confirms. 4-hour currently has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence confirmed off of this lower high here, and this will be active as long as you're closing below 102,498, so 102,500. You've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. Next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at about 93,700, and that will be the confirmation on that is going to be getting a close below 99,724. Let's see, the bounce zone target is going to be this neutral zone, which is currently at about 101 or 102,000 roughly. There's still bullish divergence active on the 15-minute. Interesting. That will be active as long as you're closing above 100,262. Next level is going to be the critical zone, which is currently at that same 102 level. 12 hours also forming bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 102, same level, 102,500, giving you targets of around 106 to 109. Nothing there. Nothing there. We are currently forming regular bullish divergence on the 5-day. That would be 3 drives if confirmed, but you need a close over 116.55 or 53 to confirm that. And that will give you a target of 133 if confirmed. Weekly currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 116,400. You've hit the easy target, which is the bearish control zone. And the next target would be another tap of the bearish control zone, which is currently at about 95,800. And you're getting volatility expansion with this bearish divergence. 2-week also has bearish divergence. Volatility is at still 0%. And this will be active as long as you're closing below 116.55. The next target is the neutral zone, which is at about 93.8. Nothing there. Now we're going to Tether. Tether has now invalidated the monthly hidden bearish divergence. Zooming on the RSI, we are making another lower low with price making a higher low, giving you possibility for some hidden bullish divergence here on Tether. And this will confirm with the knee close over about 5.52%. And that will give us a target of the bullish control zone, which currently is at 7.33. Ooh, that's quite high up. Zoom in, lower low. I do think it's an ever so slightly lower low. with a higher low in price. And there's possibility of hitting bullish divergence on this time frame as well. And this one confirms with a close over 6.24%. But that would give us a target if this is going to update. But right now it's at 10.8. I don't think it goes that high. Five days at some resistance right now, right at this 200 SMA. This has been some significant resistance on every single test ever since we lost it right around December of 23. That's interesting. December of 23 is when we started the initial busting action move. This would be a logical zone to get a little bit of a pullback on Tether, which lines up with maybe a little bit of a bounce on Bitcoin. And you do have a fresh silver cross to the upside right here on Tether also. I mean, which would give you a retest of your 9 sitting somewhere around low 5% zone. How much of a pullback is that on Tether? Like 7-8% down on Tether. That does correlate with somewhere around $109,000 retest zone on Bitcoin. Interesting. Daily also kind of looking a little top short term as long as we're below 5.7%. We're forming some bearish divergence here because we are making a lower high on momentum. Price is making a higher high. That will be confirmed with any close below 5.33%. And that'll give you a target of your neutral zone, which is currently at 4.92%. But this will update. And it's just kind of lining up with our low 5% zone for that 5-day silver cross retest. 4-hour currently has active hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 5.42%. And your next target is going to be the bullish control zone, which is currently at 5.57%. This is, what is this close? 5.49%, 5.5%. And this one is 5.54%. So you are now forming bearish divergence between these 2 points because you do have a lower high in momentum with a higher high in price, and this will confirm with any close below 5.52%. So interesting. Now you've got the bearish divergence on the opposite hand of the lower time frames, and that will give you a target of the neutral zone, which is currently at about 5.4%. And your next target is going to be the bearish control zone at 5.25%, closer to that low 5 number. We go to momentum. Come on. Daily momentum is currently flipped to the downside, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $106,000, with volatility expanding, getting a little high, but not quite topped out just yet. 4 hours currently also flipped to the downside, but with volatility expansion, but it will flip back up if you can close over 101,600. 2 hours also flip to the downside with volatility contraction, and it will flip up if you can close over 101,400. 15-minute currently flipped up with volatility expansion, and you've already taken out that previous lower high, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 100,450. I think you've taken out this. What is this high? It's at 101,238. The current high is 101,179. So if you can take out this high, that would give you your targets of somewhere around that 102 area. Closing over 102. Where's it? 102,500 will give you that move up to somewhere around that 106 zone. Out. I'm about to get this closed very soon. We are currently flipped to the downside on the 8-hour. We're about to get it closed, and this will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 102,900. Ideally, if this candle can close green and close over this wick high at 102,500, put in a massive bullish engulfing dildo, and that'll give us send us up towards that 106 zone. 12-hour currently flipped up. I'd like to see that for a little bit of a mean reversion with a nice retest of our lows currently, and we will be flipped up as long as we're closing over 101,350, 101,400. And we currently have volatility at extreme, so it's very close to starting to go into a contraction phase with the momentum to the upside. 2-day currently flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below 105,900. 5-day also flipped to the downside, flipped to the index for a more accurate pivot. And the 5-day pivot was previously at around $120,800. And then after we got our close, the pivot did drop significantly, and it dropped to about $105,650. But the other thing that we did get is we confirmed volatility expansion on that close with momentum to the downside. So that does fire off a 5-day setup currently. And that 5-day setup fired off at this point here, and that gives us an 85% chance of a 25 to 30% move to the in the direction of momentum, which is currently to the downside. So if we were to take 25% down from here, that brings us down to about exactly my meme line at about $74,000. Very interesting. And if we were to take 30%, brings us a sweep of that $74,000 low and brings us to around $69,000. That's our 2021 cycle high. Also very interesting level. But what this pivot tells you right now is this is the invalidation of this 5-day setup. If you close over this number, 105,650, and volatility is still expanding, this is going to flip this 5-day into an upside setup. And from there, we're very likely going to go to new all-time highs and pretty fast. Another example of when we had this firing off before was we had it start firing off on this move here to about 74,000. We had volatility expanding, but then you started flipping momentum back up, and then volatility started expanding again, and we got a busting action to new all-time highs very fast. This was off of this low in April of 2025, and we hit new all-time highs in May, like 1 month later. For how much of a percentage-wise move? 50% to the upside in a month, not bad. So if we were to, let's just assume we get that happening here, very big if, and take it 50% up. Brings us to roughly $148,000 to $150,000. Just kind of my idea of what our cycle top will be. It requires a very big if for that to happen though. Right now, what's significantly more likely is that this 5-day setup continues to the downside. The other piece of similarities that you have between this zone here, though, is that momentum was at the extremes in the bearish control zone, which we are at right now. There's another piece of information there. What this also tells you is you're likely to come up and retest this pivot on at least a bearish retest, even if we're going to be bearish, which brings you towards that 106 number. And as long as you don't close above this number, that 5-day setup is still active to the downside. So if you do close over this number, then you can just front run your stop loss on your short, flip into a long, and just ride this 5-day setup back up to new all-time highs. Very easy once you have that pivot. Go to weekly. Weekly is currently now expanding also on volatility. Haven't confirmed the setup yet because we haven't gotten over 15%. And you are currently flipped to the downside, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 119,800. 2-week is also now flipped to the downside with volatility at 0%, and you will be flipped down with bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 118,600. And monthly is now freshly flipped to the downside, confirming bearish divergence with volatility at extreme lows. And we will be flipped down as long as we're closing below 120,700. And that monthly bearish divergence would give us a target of that 21 EMA, which is currently at around $87,000. This is the most, this and the 5-day are the more damning pieces of information for bulls right here, because this has already confirmed and the 5-day is already confirmed as a setup to the downside. Very, very scary information. But right now, based off of to wrap it up, on the high time frames, you are now shifting into more bearish posturing with bearish divergence confirmed and volatility now at extreme lows with monthly momentum freshly flipping to the downside. And on this attempt to the downside, you likely will lose the critical zone because you have flipped back up from the critical zone twice already. This is going to be the 3rd time. And every single time in the past where you have lost the critical zone, it has led to significant moves to the downside of at least 40% or greater. And that right now lines up with the bearish divergence on the monthly. We have a 5-day setup that's now firing off, which can be invalidated. It will be invalidated with a close over about 105,650, which is going to be quite difficult for bulls to do right now. And if they do it, then we're going to be going to new all-time highs pretty quickly. But right now, based on the low time frames, hitting the extreme areas on the HPDR and momentum starting to flip back up, putting in some possible bullish divergences, that would give us targets upwards of somewhere around 102 to 106. If you can get closures over about 106.5, that takes you up to somewhere around 109s, and getting above 109s on a daily closing basis is what sends you back up to that 113, 114 lower high. And at that point, I am going to be thinking that the 5-day setup is going to be flipping back around to the upside, and then from there, you're likely going to hit new all-time highs if that does happen. So what's more likely at this point is a little bit of a bounce from here to tap somewhere around 102s to 106, get a bearish retest, and 5-day setup continues firing off to the downside.
You were too fast. I don't know where Alex is. I'm sure he's probably in the toilet. Do you mind taking a look at Sol, please, senor? And then you'll get a nice big break. Ah, there's Alex.
So monthly momentum on Sol has freshly flipped to the downside.
There's Alex. Ready to bail you out.
What up, boys?
There it is.
It's gone yet. Oh, there we are. All right. And we're back in black. Let's see what's going on with the coin. So for me, we're just watching the low 100K level. 99.8 is a big spot for me on Bitcoin. This will really determine if we're going to bottom out of here, move up to the 109.3s, and perhaps form a bottom once the daily SMA 200 is reclaimed. Or this will be the start of another leg down. And why I'm saying that is, well, firstly, the 99,800 was a big zone. It's right near the 100K level, big psychological number. If you've been here for a while, you also know many are on the camp that you're just not going to break 100K ever again. So, things have shifted here a bit. You did break 100K. Can we get daily closures under 100K? That'll be really interesting to me, because if you do end up getting a daily closure under 99,800, you are bearish. You're really brewing a move down to 95.5 to 92,200. And from this current point, that's potentially, a 5% move at minimum. So something to be very aware. I mean, the ranges here have been playing out very, very nicely, honestly. You lose a level, you go straight down to the next one. You lose a level, you go down to the next one. Let's see if we lose the level and go down to the next one. For me, though, it's really simple. If you go to the 4-hour, the only hopium I have for bulls now simply is a lower time frame price divergence. They're going to try to run with this into today. Aggressive bulls are going to be longing 99.8 with a stop loss at November 4th low. So what else? I think yesterday's low. No, it's not. November 4th low. And so this will be really key. They're going to try to get expansion out of here. Something like this, getting a 4-hour trend shift, retest to up. That's the hopium for bulls. But really, honestly, I don't see this populating at all today, as long as you are under specifically 101,200. Now, if we go to the hourly, you do see the lower time frames did lose support. So we'll go here. All right, we did lose support. You retested it. This retest led you down to 99,000. What was the low? 99,300. This is important because what you're noticing is price action dumps down, bounces from the low 99.8s, reclaims, holds it, and then you expand up. So are we allowed to get bullish here? Well, technically not. You're actually just in a massive SR potentially, where you're trying to flip what was support, perhaps flipped into resistance into today. That's why this morning on the Discord, if you all are there, I posted an idea where you can scale lower time frame shorts at 101.2, 101.1. This to me just seemed very actionable into the morning. And it's just simply playing an hourly setup. We have the 9 here. We saw the 21 right into that 101.200. And now with this perspective, if we are truly going to dump, bears have the upper hand here to start dumping. I mean, you are just in the midst of flipping 101.200 into resistance at this point. And this is why you don't want to be bullish. And with the idea that the price divergence will play out, if you're going to run with longs today, wouldn't it be a lot more better for us just to simply wait? Let's simply wait for an hourly price structure shift here before maybe a bigger breakout to the 103.5 to maybe all the way back up to 103.6. That way you're avoiding this, whatever occurs here, and you take confirmation trades. Boom. Imagine that worked out here. You reclaim 2 to 3 closures, get the retest, boom, moved up. And you didn't have to play here if you're trying to long. This was just a very easy trade. So into today, we have to be very cautious of the next leg down. Still nothing telling me that this is going to squeeze up quite yet. That can quickly change, as I showed, like at the 101-200 level. But when the daily is looking like this is why hourly 4-hour will be your friend, because we still have 8 hours to go on this daily. But this is in the midst of a breakdown. So be very aware of that going into today, specifically with that hourly setup I just shared. In theory, you should just simply start seeing this reject. Now we can go to the 30-minute, or I guess we'll do that in 4 minutes, and we'll really see where this closes. 30 minutes in easy perspective. You have the 34 right at 101-100. Good confluence of that hourly setup I gave. You could even potentially front run it on the 30-minute. But again, you're still at that 30-minute EMA 34. Something as simple as just an EMA 34 can reject, really can. And that's why we always want to play what we know. And so for now, Bitcoin is very bearish. Honestly, it's very bearish. You're getting a little bit of chop and consolidation, which tells me, okay, if you end up bouncing from here, I'm not going to be looking at this bounce as the so back, we're going to go up to new all-time highs. This is just going to be a short squeeze fueled by bears to get a bearish retest. Very simple. Because even in the midst of this move down, you are still pretty far away from the daily 9. From daily 9 to current market price, you're still about 4% away. We've seen this before. Price does like to gravitate towards the daily 9. Here you stayed it below it for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the 6th day, you actually tested it from this low here, though. I mean, still was a pretty big bounce, 4%. So it absolutely can happen. But that's why the lower time frames will be our friend. So today, watch 101-200. That's going to be the spot, in my opinion. If you get back above that on hourly, 2-hour, then a 4-hour, all implications for perhaps a squeeze up, and bulls are going to try to local bottom from here. Locally, like on the hourly, 4-hour. But again, this can still play into a bull trap if, let's say, we squeeze up to even that 109.3, flipping that hourly 4-hour trend back up, all while the daily just, the 5-day, my apologies, 5-day just solidifies some lower high. At the spot, you would already be gauging a short ad, which is right at the 34, freshly lost. And also right at that 5-day 9. Me and Farn have talked about the 5-day EMA 9 setup. Really no difference in an environment like this. If you are wanting to short and you're on the camp, we'll get some bounce from here. You can use the 5-day 9 to guide your bias. I'm saying, yeah, if we end up squeezing up from here, we have lower high potential of about 7 to 7.5%. Anywhere in this region, we could form a lower high, which tells you that, well, you know, we're more closer now potentially to that 5-day EMA 100. Do bulls end up breaking down 101.2? Because remember, that's really what's going to be dependent. 101.2 rejects, lose 99.8, capitulate down to 95.5. But you already have that 5-day setup telling you the EMA 100 is very likely to be tapped with volatility expanding. This is a very tricky spot. This is why I do think watching an hourly in these environments will pay well. Because this 5-day easily could just dump down, hit 95.5. We tap the 5-day EMA 100. There you get a bigger bounce probably. You haven't tested it this entire bull market. So you most likely get a big bounce at that spot. Mind you, the low $90,000, like where the 5-day EMA 100 is, 93,749. That's very important to CME because CME has a target down to that 93,600 for me. This just looks like it's in the process of that. Something to note about CME over spot is the 5-day may be confirming on spot, whereas the 5-day on CME is barely just moving up. Again, implications for that, for the fact that this move could just be starting. And everything we've seen so far is just the beginnings of that. And why would we be thinking that anyways? Well, if you just go quickly to the bi-weekly, this looks like it's just in the process of a breakdown right now into the next bi-weekly close. You most likely get a short. Do you either reject 100K into the next bi-weekly close, capitulating down to 95.5, even on this bi-weekly of a target down to 95.5? Or do you bounce up, hold the 21, wick below the last 2-week low, and start moving up from that point back to 109.3s? Notice for me, it kind of stops at 109.3 the more we look at this on Bitcoin, meaning any big squeezes we get, I'm looking at 109.3 to be a big spot to reject us. Can't act like it didn't work like that. And here. So it is a big spot. You are in a 2-week breakdown. So, you know, that's just perspective. If you're scaling cheeky longs, getting pretty bricked up with your boys, wanting to go to the moon and up, to me, it just looks like you are literally in the beginnings of a breakdown. And where people just assume this has to just end up, you know, stop dumping. It's buy the dip of the dip that dips. This 2-week is telling you this is just starting. So just be very aware of that off the back of 5-day BBWP on spot firing off with the index 5-day setup still lingering. Those are all just damning signs for bulls if we end up really turning bear here. It will not be a good time for them at all because you have such powerful volatility setups, weekly, 5-day, 2-week, all still brewing. And if the 5-day on spot has taken us to this spot around 99.8, I can only imagine what CME will do if that does fire off to the downside, which statistically it should. So for me, be very aware of 101.200. It's a big spot. We posted on the Discord, and I am looking at that as perhaps a lower time frame trading spot. Now we did get that 30-minute close. Let's take a look ski real fast. Okay, nice. So, right, 30-minute, unable to take out this last wick high. It's an interesting observation. Under the 34, already looks like it rejected. This now is going to do 2 scenarios. You'll either bounce off the 9 from there, do this, and actually take out this high. All while simply you can start scaling shorts here, and you can just simply have your stop at 101.3. That's basically a free trade.
Funny to say, I literally just shorted that moving average right there.
Well, look at that. Look at that. I mean, this is like a free trade. If we end up losing 99.8, you will have a target down to the 95.5. We can just take it cheeky to 96K, or, you know, risking 5%, 0.05%. My apologies, for a 5% gain. That's free money. So just watch that if you're looking, but be mindful. All right, 30-minute 9 has been holding. So do we bigly reject from here, and this plays out the bear prophecy on the hourly? Or does the 30-minute start holding, shifting that 4-hour to maybe get back above 101.200? Because does this look bullish to you? Really, does this look bullish or bearish? And like going into today, does this look more actionable to short or to long? Well, to me, it looks like it's going to dump. It looks like this was trying to hold support. We were supposed to move up from here. We're now not moving up. All price action traders that wanted 109.3 to 106 are going to get smoked. And at this point, you are just S&Ping bearish retest on the 4-hour. Doesn't matter if this closes green or not. As long as it stays under 101.200, that's solidifying what was support into resistance, which is exactly what you don't want to see. Well, when you're on the cliffside edge, potentially putting in a 95.5 Bitcoin. So that's why the lower time frames will be your friend today. And I would recommend everyone just watching the hourly and 30-minute. Really, I mean, that's just seems very actionable. Quickly go back to the 30-minute, right? And so I'll say it again. Should dump from here. Aggressive shorts use this like 101.3 as their stop aggressively. They'll do that. And then you simply just watch that 30-minute 9. Once you lose the 30-minute 9, you don't even have to short here. You can just say, okay, well, I'm not going to position here. I'm not like far, and I won't position at the extremity. Sexy trade. Rather, I'll just wait for the 30-minute 9 to get lost, and then I'll open a short here. At that point, this should just be in a sell trigger. We should be on the cliffside edge. In theory, it should just roll over. So you have some setups here. Notice they're all for shorts right now. I've given nothing for bulls except once you get back above 101, 200 on an hourly, 2 hour, 4 hour. Okay, maybe you get it on a daily. If you get a daily back above 101, 200, I'll start considering a mean reversion trade back up to 106 to maybe 109.3. Until then, I'm not going to just be looking at this downside saying we have to move up, we have to move up. And really, the setups are just screaming it's not going to move up. It's really just what's been occurring this entire week and last week. Really, it's just been pretty easy taking these like hourly 30-minute trades that lead into 2-3% moves, and you're just sitting there like, wow, the system works. So you're already approaching that 30-minute 9. That's the bounce zone. So you'll either see that bounce, bottom, and move up, take shorts out here, or you'll start really rolling over. So we'll know in like 24 minutes. It'll be at least good. That's good for us at least. And I am on the campus going to dump. Even the 2 hour, look at that. This isn't very bullish. And you lost the 2 hour 9, and all this moved up. They're so back. We bounced off 99.8. All this move up was just a retest of the 2 hour 9. Very simple. So legitimate concerns here. If you're a bear, legitimate concerns if you're a bull, opportunity zone question mark for bears. So it's a battle now. Do bears get the easy trade today, or do bulls actually get the squeeze up? This is looking quite heavy too. Even a 3 hour, it tells you, okay, you potentially can go up a little higher, maybe test 101.3. So something to note with that stop loss I gave you, maybe 101.5 is a better stop loss, in my opinion. But at this point, this isn't looking very bullish to me. This looks like it's just literally on the verge of flipping this zone into resistance before Nukezilla. Let's see if the HPDR says anything on 3 hour. Oh, look at that 3 hour median right there as well. So confluence of that idea. Bottom side 38.2%, slightly above 99.8. So you just know simply if you start getting those closures above 99, under 99.8, it's just in a breakdown, capitulation. When we've seen Bitcoin capitulating down, it's pretty aggressive, and you just go down only. And notice here off of these setups that again, we've dumped so much, we can't go much lower. Well, all of these setups here were printing pretty bigly on shorts. I would know. I made like 300% that day, because all off these lower time frame setups, environment's key, you're getting 2 to 3% moves. It's pretty absurd, actually. I trade like 75x or higher, so that's just money. It's just a printer if you catch these. And again, you don't need to be very risk here. I gave you all publicly a 0.05% short. And even posted 101.2 is the short zone. So let's just see if we expand down, use the 30-minute 9 as your kind of confluence guidance down. And you should be testing that right now. So we'll be watching that very carefully if we get a bounce or if we start topping here. And I still think we're going to top. So that's my lower time frame analysis on Bitcoin. I do think it's important for the environment we're in now. Because really this looks like the stair step up, elevator down potentially. Because if you were a bull, again, you're running with this trade today. This is all bulls have today, I'm telling you, honestly. They're running with this price divergence, and they're wanting a spring off the monthly 9. That's all they have, really. Oh, you even lost dramatically the monthly 9, so never mind. You see, it's just slowly dwindling. If you go to that 95.5, this monthly will look pretty deathly. Because now it'll look like into December, if this starts dumping into November, into December, you could get a mean reversion rally to then a big dump into December. And I still stand on what we were saying in October. 69,000 for me is next by December. So we'll see if that plays out or not, which tells me that, well, if that's going to be true, you really do have to start seeing Bitcoin really move down. I still think we haven't seen anything. So, you know, if I'm calling for a 30% move from here, you kind of have to start seeing it move down a lot very soon, very soon. I don't think it's a coincidence you're just barely hanging on to 100K. Don't forget, that was the big spot you could never lose. I mean, that was the blessed spot. That was like, it just is never going to get lost. It's never going to get lost until you do lose it. And then what's the idea? And see, that's the issue with just investing off biases that make no sense. Like 100K is never going to get lost on Bitcoin. 110,000 is cheap on Bitcoin right now. It just doesn't make sense. So, yeah. Now, again, play what you know. I'll just quickly talk about this on the weekly. You do have a EMA 34 loss. So, like, for me, I'm gauging to see if we lose 99.8 on a weekly or higher, that 2-week weekly. If so, if you lose 99.8, yeah, I just will consider that as immediate follow through down to potentially the low 92K region. So again, that's why you're going to have to see bulls defend this zone. Because if they can defend and you get back above 101, 200, yeah, you have a legitimate setup here taking you at least to 106 before it's all said and done. And that's just solely based, this was support, 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 lost it. So if you rally back up, very easily could get an SR flip. Very similar to what we're playing on the 30-minute today via the meme line. This, you just have a meme line, 34, and you're on a weekly. So more stronger. Let's say an hourly 30-minute setup. Let's quickly see here. She's bouncing. She's trying to. She's trying to bounce a bit. But is there anything actually changing? No. I mean, 15 minutes about to break down. So bulls need this 15 minutes to get back above 101,700, or this will potentially be in a breakdown. And again, like I've said in this whole move down, really, look how easy it's been trading this. 15-minute 9, let me short. Ooh, that works. Oh, sweet. Just made over 1% move. That's great if you're using high leverage and your risk is set. Short here, stop here, short here. Your stops at the wick high. You could have easily caught a, what is this? Like a 0.6% move, holding that all the way down at 1.4 on a 15-minute, which is pretty impressive. So what happened here? Rallied up, deviated, rejected the 9, lost the 34 on the 15-minute, which then resulted into a massive sell trigger, taking you to the next level. Fairly fast too, like 1 hour. So we'll see. We'll see here. We ideally, if you're shorting this, you just need the 15-minute to lose the moving averages here. And it'll just start confirming what you already knew, which is this is a big spot. You're potentially going to roll over from here, and the target will be 99.5. Once you lose that, 95.5. Now you can use 99.5 to 99.8. You can look at those two zones, consider it like a range like this. I think I drew that bad. We'll go here, right there. You can just look at these two zones here as like this now has to absolutely hold unequivocally, or you will be just screwed today. So that's my idea on Bitcoin. 101, 100, 101, 200 is a big spot. Really, I would be cautious if you're longing this. Really, I mean, the hopium's at the lows in on the daily. Let's long. Stop loss here at 99.8. That just seems too easy to me, but we'll see. What would be better is let's take out this area. Let's move down from this range, meaning you've just been like in this range since May 2025, just doing nothing. Let's actually get a breakdown at this point. We've seen what occurs here. All right, we can't act like the 101, 100, 101, 200 isn't a big spot if you do start flipping it into resistance. I mean, just simply look, loss of it, stayed under it, nothing. Even here, 99.8 rejected beautifully, right? Look at that. Before you just capitulated down and broke all the lows and had a breakdown. Now, the issue with this setup is it's a lot more weak. You don't have support of the daily SMA 200 anymore. You have nothing. All you have is that 5-day EMA 100 at 93K. So just be very mindful of all of this, really, honestly. If you aren't short, look at today for that easy short. And if you want an easier, more extremity high short, just wait for the 5-day EMA 9 to be tested. That's often a really good position when you're in trending markets up or down. But if you're, want to be cheeky and like me, watch, well, we do have some setups potentially today. And so you even see the 15-minute, got the breakdown. So then we'll just see this 34 get tested around 107.7. If you wanted to be aggressive, you could even run with this highs in, stop loss above this high on a 15-minute trade, target down to 99.8. Now let's see if that will work. Like this, and then that, do that for a cheeky setup. So we'll go back to that later. Let's now quickly go to Tether dominance. So what's Tether dominance doing to us? Oh, Tether dominance is doing not much, right? We're just still looking at this zone. What did we talk about last time? Okay. Okay, yeah. So we talked about potentially the 5-day SMA 200 being the rejection point, taking you down to the 5-day 9, maybe getting a retest at 5%. That should be a big spot. But again, this will quickly not work out if the 5-day SMA 200 gets reclaimed. If the 5-day SMA 200 gets reclaimed, mind you, that was really the start. Once you lost it, really just like the start of the major bull market, you just stayed under it. So getting back above it will give you legitimate concerns as a bull if perhaps we're now in a bear market. You can just see any wick high has been caught by the SMA 200. Big rejections down. Look at this one. SMA 200 all the way down, 35%. So, if you're bullish, this is your hopium, is that this does reject, you don't hold the retest, and you end up going down. It's exactly why I said if you start losing 5%, this is where it becomes a legitimate concern that, well, we might not break down on Bitcoin then. But until then, this doesn't really look like it's full on rejecting quite yet. This could have another shot at testing around 5.56%. And let's even see the daily here. It's the daily showing us. Let's go to the 2-day on Tether dominance. So 2-day even has support at 5.2%. That was the shallow pullback scenario we talked about. Boom. For me though, it's Tether dominance, so this could go either which way. As long as, and this is an easy criteria for all of us to have, as long as Tether dominance is above 5%, you're not allowed to be bearish on this chart. So that's just an easy gauge. Are we above 5%? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. Am I allowed to be bearish? No. It's funny because into the beginning of November, we had a very easy setup, which told us most likely a rally in the beginning of November, which we slightly did get. And that was just solely based on the monthly setup actually testing the monthly 9. Now, we did say publicly here, if you want to max short into November, just simply wait for Tether dominance to retest the monthly 9, perhaps 5%, and then max short Bitcoin at that point. Now, you can just see that pretty much worked out beautifully. Now, into December, you'll have the same idea. This 34 and 21 will be the spot now. We'll look for this 9 to push up, reconnect with this green dildo. Meaning if you get a move down into December, this could be the last move down before the big move. Remember, the inverse correlation as this goes up, Bitcoin's going to go down. So just be aware of that. Off just the corner of my eye, I do see we have the 15-minute trade setup we've been following. So let's just see real fast. Why not? Okay, so we're now at the spot. You're testing the 34. You had that little rally up. So now it's like you're either going to bet on this being the next major high to a rollover, which, at this point, as long as you stand with the 34 is very likely. Or you can run with that stop here. We said here at 103.5. So shorting in this region, targeting around 95.5 once 99.8's lost. But just notice here, I mean, you did rally right back up to the 34, and that's what you'd want. This was support. Now it's just, do we start rejecting it or not? That'll be a big point. So we'll keep watching that as we proceed. Now, I understand the daily doesn't look the strongest, but it also doesn't look the weakest, in my opinion. You're slowly just trying to take out essentially November 5th wick high. All while bears are trying to just reject here. But remember, you still are very supported on Tether dominance. Even a move all the way down to 5.24% would still be okay. Even a move all the way to 5% would still be okay, which tells you as a trader here, this is a tricky spot. You really can go up or down either which way, in my opinion. Just viewing it on the daily here, truly. All right, you're maybe making lower highs, maybe making higher lows. That often produces some kind of channel. Now let's see if the 12-hour has maybe volatility contracting, maybe. Falls under the moving average. And it makes sense. We would be rejecting 5.57%. And again, rejecting in quotation marks. You haven't really seen a major move down from here, but it just makes sense. This is a big spot of congestion. Because again, remember, this is the last really big spot where you rolled over or you broke out bigly. So we'll go back to here, right? Makes sense that you're finding some kind of resistance here. Does it hold? Do we reject? Stay tuned. Because even the hourly, higher high, higher low. Okay, it's not the best candle. But you're not very far from that 2-hour 9. That could just be a trap. Holds the 2-hour 9, fills this candle out. Now, where will I get bearish on Bitcoin dominance before 5% gets lost? Well, for me, again, if you start falling back under 5.24% on a daily close, that could be implications to move all the way down to 4.96 to 5% flat. So then that's tradable. But until then, I'm really just not interested in calling for a major move down on Tether dominance when we're just doing this. Because that could just lead to that, and then a throwback to up. Very similar to what we've been seeing on price action, really. It's just been kind of like minimal moves down, 2 big springs. So that's why we're going to really be understanding lower time frame trend. We're going to be really understanding the fact that Bitcoin is very bearish. And even into the new 2-week candle next week, you very easily can get a mean reversion bounce, easily test 109K again. But that doesn't need to happen yet. And so into this week, I really wanted to see 109.3 get tested. Perfectly fine. Understood it was probably not going to be tested on lower time frame. But I'm still understanding that when we have to make these major moves down, it becomes very easy for shorts. And that easy environment often gives you big squeezes up. It's just the timing about it, you know. It's trickier because, in my opinion, I don't think you're going to bottom off 100K. That just would be too easy, right? If you're just, no, 100K is going to hold, let me long 99.8s and we just move up to a 109 from here. That would be too easy. What would be better is a capitulation below 100K, daily closure around 95.5 to then the big move up. All 100K traders that were wanting that idea to hold will just be out, taken out. Because I promise you, there's a lot of long scaling here. And I mean, visually, you can just see it. It's not like stupid. It just might be too easy. Backed by nothing but a price divergence. That's it. Because, like, I mean, you just have nothing really bullish on this chart. So we'll go back here real fast. So you're still waiting and watching. The wait and the watch. Bitcoin dominance. Let's see, because, well, this is interesting because You are getting that move down. We wanted the daily 9 to get tested. It is tested now. You're falling slightly below it. Perfectly okay. It's just all eyes in 8 hours if this goes down, loses the daily 9, or gets a bounce from here. We did say in this region, probably a pullback, test the daily 9, to then a move up before the big breakout. So far that is playing out. But now we have to just be really mindful that the weekly here is potentially not going to give us the sell trigger. This is why confirmation is important. We have 2 days left to go. You're not fully rejecting, but you can see here that you are falling under the 34. The idea with the move up to 62% is dependent on the weekly getting the price structure shift here. If that simply can be done, then I do believe you will move up on Bitcoin dominance, which is very important for us to understand if the monthly is going to close above the 9 or not. Because the monthly 9 getting reclaimed will solidify a bottom for me. And that's when we can really start going up to the moon again. This entire bull market was just supported simply off a monthly 9 on Bitcoin dominance. I'm a simple man. I like easy stuff. This is an easy perspective. You see the line, you bid. You've lost the line, you wait. Very easy. So far, playing the monthly on Bitcoin dominance has really helped us all by not getting chopped out. We understood in this region, most likely a bounce up to the 60, maybe 61%. You went a little past that, fine. And here he said maybe a bounce up to the monthly 9 again, and you're there. It's just, does it reject, roll over, break down, or do we really start moving up? And this will be based on the weekly, truly. You can't wait 22 days. I think that's just missed opportunity. But what we can do is perhaps trade the weekly, something that really told us that we were bottoming here locally. We got back above, held the meme line, got back above the weekly EMA 100. Then you got that move up that no one apparently expected. But again, the chart was telling you this will probably move up. Was I expecting it to go all the way to 63%? No. But hey, that's crypto. Am I also never surprised when you see price action like this with Wix? No, it's crypto. It's the Wild West. Let's see.
Oh, thank God, alt season's coming.
Oh yeah, we're so back.
Yeah, that ran
so
retard.
back.
That ran retard that keeps fucking saying it, or the Roll Paul, which unbelievable. Like now he's giving people advice on it was something completely unrelated to crypto. Oh, AI. Now he's an expert in AI, even though he never mastered the stock market or crypto. It's pretty incredible.
Seeing how whenever people make fun of Rand for saying alt season and prices go down, he always responds with that one trade he made in late 2023 on Sol. And he's like, "Look, I made 400K longing Sol when it literally just went up."
Wow. I didn't know that.
Congratulations, you caught a Solana long when it literally just went up only.
Yeah, wow. Congratulations. What about everything else though?
Exactly. Like he also lost like
years.
most of his wealth on FTX, so not the best.
And it's been 3 years, no? Since then?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The glory days. It's like when people, it's like Five Guys when they just nonstop talk about the shitty magazine posts they have, and they were one time the biggest burger shop. It's just people living in the past.
Don't you just love Five Guys in your?
Say that again.
What?
Don't you just love Five Guys in your mouth?
Oh
no.
Maybe the fries, but the burgers
of any sort, huh? Those burgers are shitty.
Oh, they're absolute dog shit.
I met one of my friends from school, from high school. It's like Five Guys is way better than In-N-Out. He's the guy that's got to go against everything that you like. And I was like, you know what? Because I'm not absolutely retarded. So I was like, you know what? He's saying it's good. I'm going to try it. And I tried it. And I was like, this is the shit. Like, this man works so hard to just say the opposite of what everyone likes, that he's telling everyone something that they can verify instantly is religion. Like Five Guys is amazing. It is dog shit burgers. The worst.
And it's so expensive.
Terrible quality.
Yeah. If anyone here that's listening likes Five Guys, go fuck yourself. Thank you. That's the message.
You're gay.
I used to have a friend like that, super country, and anything that was popular had to hate it. was a hardcore Samsung guy because everyone liked iPhones.
Oh, that's another
then dude-
signal, right? You see
Yeah.
the people with the fucking shit phone, you're like, this man, he's carrying some problems.
And then he got a job at the Apple store and then completely switched 180 into being an
No
Apple
way.
guy.
No way.
That's funny.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Now, right, are we still back on alts? Well, ETH BTC is saying no, definitely not. You're in a massive 5-day sell trigger. And why am I even talking about ETH versus Bitcoin? Well, this will be really dependent on Bitcoin dominance. So then this perspective tells me maybe Bitcoin dominance is going to hold the weekly above the 34. Because this 5-day is very bearish to me. We did say a move down, but then probably a move back up. And that was just shown on the weekly here, I believe. No, or was it 2-day, I think? Yep. So the 2-day move down, and then we're really watching this 2-day EMA 100. Very simply, just want to see that reject us down, take us to the 2.5 level. And again, why would I be watching this spot? Well, the 2-day EMA 100 was pretty easy to kind of short and trade. I remember this deviation, another deviation here. So right, you had a deviation, bearish retest got missed, front ran. But then here you got a deviation, bearish retest did work. And that was off of the EMA 100 and the mean lines. Did a lot of confluence before a big move down. Like big move down, major move down here. Like this is when you definitely did not want to touch ETH at all. Nothing of that sorts. Because it gave you a 25% pullback in under a month. It's not very bullish. So when you're at this zone here, and you got back above the 2-day EMA 100, you made a new high, but now you're right back under it in the middle, the gray zone of the chart. No meme lines, nothing, just in the middle. This still looks to me very bearish. And I'd be very aware of that. And that is why the Academy has a short running on ETH. You know, look at a 7% move is pretty big, honestly, for ETH BTC. And it going right into that 2-day EMA 100 is a pretty big zone. Now, vice versa, if you're an ETH bull, isn't this a pretty easy perspective to know if you're going to move up closer to the 3.5 level? Just simply playing the 2-day EMA 100. It can play both for bears and bulls if you're going to trend. The worst is if you chop. Boom, 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 boom. All the traders like us get out, in, out, in. That's why we like volatility. And volatility is still very hot. Still very hot. You're only at 52%, quite mature. And again, nothing's really telling you that ETH BTC has to really go up from here. Nothing, not even one thing. Right here, 5 days, literally in a sell trigger. You haven't experienced the sell trigger, let's see. Truly, I mean, the beginning of it since July of 2024. And you can just simply see how easy that was on the 5-day. What's the sell trigger, right? It's just whenever you get under the 34, 21, and the 9. Right? Under it all, rallied up to the 9, and then you just went down. So again, is the 5-day giving you a sell trigger or a buy trigger? Well, it's in a sell trigger. You can easily move up to maybe that 5-day 21 at 3.4, 3.5. But it's a little tricky calling for that when you're still just under the 34. And this is why I like EMAs. People will dog on EMAs, but when you're in environments like these, they become your friend. They truly do become your friend. So for this perspective, I still think ETH is going to move down to 2.5 level. I really do think Ethereum and alts are going to make a major move down. And really, honestly, I'd be very cautious if you're scaling alts. I said this yesterday, unsure, or 2 days ago, unsure why my mom texted me saying she bought XRP. But, you know, that's just not a bullish time. It just was not. And, well, she's not Rick Green, I'll say that. You know, I love my mom, but I also told her, do not buy anything right now. So that tells me, though, that people are still wanting to buy the dip. They're still looking at this as cheap.
Can I add to this? When Bitcoin first jumped over 100 and got to 104, that's when friends' moms on my side bought Bitcoin for the first time ever. And I'm talking my friend's mom. Your mom is my age. Like, I'm talking about like my friend's mom, who could be your grandparents, your grandmothers. They bought Bitcoin at 104. We don't think they're going to get trapped. No, Everybody,
Well,
no, exactly.
let's wait until tonight and see. Because, well, you're at a big spot here. I'm not kidding. Like, you are at a major zone. You'll either just squeeze up on Bitcoin, short squeeze us all out, or you will just roll over from here and put another 5% pullback. And this will just be like a hindsight trade. Wow, that was pretty easy. So let's just see and be very mindful of all of this stuff. But yeah, I have to really counter trade my mom, and I have to say, well, yeah, that's not very bullish, actually. Mom's texting me saying she's going to hold XRP. It's going to $1,800 in 20 years. I have to just look at that as, oh my goodness, are we just about to just go down on everything? Because I'm sure a lot of people are thinking like my mom. And is XRP looking like something you want to buy the dip on? Probably not.
The interesting thing is, where'd she get that from?
Oh, you know how it goes, like some YouTuber, CT.
Got it.
It's all.
No, well, it's important because these news are making the rounds. Like right now, everyone's
really
being
are.
told that when the government opens, it's going to be the biggest rally of all time to all-time highs. Which, okay, if that's what retards are believing, you know what's going to happen. Another leg down, right? And it's just important to know where it's coming from so that you know, is that an individual idea that I should not judge just because, you know, I just came up with it? Or is this a collective? When it's a collective, and it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's for sure collective. She sent like 4 XRP videos of this guy. I don't watch any of them. I just watch us because why?
Guys,
I have literally garlic bread with us right now. I can just ask garlic bread.
Exactly. And guys that do XRP videos
I was promoted to Garlic House.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. My apologies.
That's
Garlic
right.
House.
That's right. And people that do XRP videos normally have a small dick and no friends.
Oh, yeah.
Just so that everybody
knows.
It's
all like this. It's like a certain type of person.
Hey, at least I have friends.
Yeah. You don't make XRP videos. Shut the fuck up, Mr. Garlic House.
So to really finish off on Bitcoin, 101,200 is the spot. You really are on lower time frames, seeing, you know, some weakness here. You have an easy spot though. The hourly, 4-hour daily gets back above 101,200. Okay, maybe we will squeeze up into the new 5-day, test that 9, go to 109K. Until then, I'm just going to be watching this area to reject. We're gauging simply, if you're going to short here, short 101.2, have your stop at 101.5. You lose basically nothing if wrong, or you'll become right. You'll dump down to 99.8s, and you can just stop loss break even. Because, you know, if you start bouncing off 99.8s again, probably a good chance you're going to just squeeze all the way back up. Boom, and then boom. So the idea with this short is this will just be, you know, the idea is, okay, we'll watch 99.8, but really we want to take her home to 95.6. So when you have a trade like this, potentially giving you literally no risk, 0.05%, I can't obviously expand this up. There we go.
Wait, so Grant Cardone will be blessed to buy at $95,000 again?
It looks that way.
Wow. He just keeps getting blazed in the face. I mean, but blessed in the face.
Yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoin.
My man. Now, let me show you something real quick. Completely unrelated to Bitcoin. This is Tesla, my friendly Tesla weekly chart. This engulfing bearish candle on the weekly is telling me that maybe there's a price reversal, but it can't be. Elon Musk's pay package got approved yesterday. There's no way price just went up all the way then, and now it's printing this super bearish pattern that will get confirmed in 4 hours and 50 minutes, right? There's no way.
No way. It can't be that Elon stopped buying.
Yeah, no, it can't be that. Remember, the market is free, so everyone why is everyone selling right now on their Fidelity app? What's going on with their Robinhoods? Why is everyone selling? Definitely not market manipulation.
Elon sitting there on his Fidelity and Schwab and every single one account because he's the market buy.
It's fucking amazing how this works. Once you really see it, it's incredibly easy to play it. Thank you so much, boys. That was very easy to understand and really good. Next, we got Solamis and we got Celsius, because Celsius has taken a shit finally. Reality has hit Celsius.
Perfect. I'll do Salamis.
Okay. Perfect. And Farhan will do his favorite drink. Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Estoy viendo rápido antes de entrar a Bitcoin, ¿no? Solamente por diversión. El gráfico de Tesla en la semanal. Y qué raro, ¿no? Que ayer justamente aprobaron el paquete de Elon cuando el precio estaba por acá, ¿no? Más o menos en los 450. Y hoy, que ya lo aprobaron, empezamos a ver una vela envolvente bajista semanal que confirma en 4 horas y 50 minutos. ¡Qué locura! Porque este es un mercado libre. Todos sabemos que el mercado funciona con nosotros comprando y vendiendo, no como los conspiradores dicen que el mercado simplemente hace lo que se le hinchan los huevos y luego lo justifican. No, no, no. Esto simplemente es una casualidad gigantesca, enorme. No lo puedo creer, güey, qué locura, ¿no? Dios mío. Ok, vamos rápido con Bitcoin. Podemos ver, honestamente, Bitcoin está muy fácil. Estás cayendo al 55, el promedio del 55 semanal. Tienes que tener cierto tipo de rebote. Compré justamente aquí abajo, le estaba contando ahorita a Alex y a Farhan en la mañana, simplemente esperando el rebote. ¿Y para dónde va a ir el rebote? Tienes de dos sopas, carnal. Primera, 103, 151. Segunda y la mejor y la más potente, 106,000. Sería perfectamente ideal. Bitcoin trae mucha debilidad, como sea. Es lo que hemos estado viendo, ¿ok? Y estamos en un canal bajista. Lo pueden ver acá. Pero aquí me van a decir, Alejandro, que no siempre que dices que cuando Bitcoin consolida de lado para abajo va a dar un movimiento para arriba, como lo hizo acá, por ejemplo. Bueno, podría ser, pero eso fueron $74,000, ¿ok? Todavía no estás llegando a ninguna zona importante. Y una vez más, toda la bolsa está cayendo. Lo que apenas están dejando caer son los índices. O sea, apenas, cabrones. ¿Por qué? Tiraron todo. Todo lo demás. Vamos, CarMax. Vamos con CarMax rápido. Estamos abajo. ¿Qué tanto? ¡Pum! ¿Lo pueden ver acá? No, que no les digan, que no les cuente el pendejo de Alejandro que no sabe ni vergas de los mercados porque es solamente un conspiranoico. Vamos a ver qué tanto ha caído. Solamente 80%. Solamente un 80%. Pero esto no es nada. Vamos a ver Carvana. Carvana. Carvana ahí va, después de todos esos rallies que siempre habíamos tenido mal. Solamente ha caído 30% en cuestión de semanas. Bueno, Alejandro, ¿qué me dices de DoorDash? Que te encanta DoorDash. Aparte, es una excelente manera de ver cómo va la gente en casa, porque esto no afecta a todos. Bueno, DoorDash está solamente abajo 30% en solamente un par de semanas. Bueno, esto tiene que ser algo diferente, Alejandro. ¿Qué me dices de Jack in the Box? Comida rápida. La gente disfruta de la comida rápida. Es cierto. Vamos a ver. ¿Qué tan abajo podría estar esto? Solamente un 86%, nada loco. Bueno, ok, ¿qué me dices de Celsius, por ejemplo? ¿No? ¿Cómo es? Celsius. CELEH. ¿Qué me dices de Celsius? Iba muy bien, Alejandro. ¿Cómo va Celsius ahora? Olvídate desde el máximo histórico, solamente acá. Solamente ha caído un 37% en semanas. Pero bueno, son teorías de conspiración, recuérdenlo, recuérdenlo. Es todo, puta madre. Todo esto es bajista. El mercado se está yendo a la verga por lo mismo que les dije hace 1000 veces y esta es la última vez que lo voy a repetir. Es porque los resultados de todas las empresas tienen que ser una mierda para adelante. Es completamente lo contrario del 2020 que les están vendiendo qué es lo que está pasando. Punto. Vamos a analizar solamente precios y olvidémonos de todos los análisis de más. ¿Ok? Y si no me creen, pregúntenle a su profesor de economía que les va a decir lo que están viendo en las noticias. Vale, Bitcoin está cayendo, continúa en esta tendencia alcista después de ser máximos históricos, que por cierto fueron relativos, les voy a decir la verdad, me falló. Yo dije que el máximo histórico de Bitcoin era el de agosto, acá. Y lo dije y fueron 124, pero me equivoqué por un chingo. Aquí ya se van a poder reír de mí por el resto, por 4 años más. Me equivoqué por $2,000. Entonces, pues ya se acabó mi carrera de andar prediciendo los mercados. ¿Qué les puedo decir? Y desde entonces simplemente hemos estado cayendo, 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 cayendo. Ahora, quiero que tomen algo, otra cosa que les voy a decir, y esta será la última vez, ya porque no me interesa hablar más de esto. Bitcoin personalmente, ya no me importa qué tanto vaya a caer, no lo voy a comprar. Voy a comprar Coinbase. Bitcoin ya no es tan volátil como antes. Todo esto que todo el mundo te sigue diciendo y ahora todos los güeyes más pendejos y viejitos te están diciendo de Bitcoin, estás cometiendo un error si estás ahí porque es emocionante el precio. Estamos aquí porque en futuros es muy sencillo y ya tenemos mucho tiempo analizándolo y lo entendemos, y en futuros vale la pena en movimientos cortos, medianos, no para algo que vas a tener a largo plazo. Nvidia, Tesla, todas estas empresas le han partido el culo todo este año, Palantir, desde el último ciclo. Todas, para arriba y para abajo. ¿Por qué te vas a meter en algo que es menos volátil? No, es que la tecnología y las... Olvídense de esas pendejadas. Nada es descentralizado. Todo está centralizado. No existe el mercado libre. Esta chingadera no se mueve así porque el mercado vacío, ¿no? Intergaláctico descentralizado. Y una vez más, solamente para los que se preguntan de qué vergas hablo, abril del 2025 al tope, 69%. Tesla, abril del 2025 al tope, 120%, el doble. ¿Ok? Bueno, pero entonces, ¿qué me dices de, por ejemplo, Palantir, Alejandro? Palantir, vamos a ver cómo le fue. Abril, 208%, el triple. Pero bueno, esas son casualidades. Vamos a ver, por ejemplo, Nvidia. $140%, más del doble. ¿Me entienden? Bitcoin ya valió verga en ese sentido y nadie lo quiere creer ni lo va a creer, y muchos probablemente no vayan a hacer caso a esto y continúen con estas pendejadas. Pero de eso se trata. Y tus altcoins, recuerda que todavía te están prometiendo que vas a tener alt season, se acabaron. Ya simplemente, y esto es algo que yo había dicho en el 2022, todas las altcoins, la gran mayoría van a desaparecer a fin de cuentas, van a quedar muy pocas. Tienes ahí a Solana, tienes ahí XRP, tienes pocas que están subiendo otra vez. De eso es este mercado. Es completamente irracional y lo están usando en contra tuya, completamente, que creas que las mismas cosas se repiten una y otra vez. Sobre todo cuando llegan a ser, las cosas se repiten una y otra vez cuando no son conocimiento público. Cuando el conocimiento público parece ser que evolucionó y ahora te diste cuenta de algo, no evolucionó, te están haciendo pensar que eso es lo que pasó. Como ahorita, tienes a todos diciendo, porque la Reserva Federal ya está, la gente aprendió de inflación hace un año, la gente aprendió de la bolsa hace un año, la gente aprendió ¿cómo se dice?, de evaluación de dinero hace un año y medio. Y todos lo usaron para ver para atrás, ¿no? Para el 2020. Bien. Nadie en el 2020 vio lo que pasó. Todos se volvieron expertos del 2020 hace un año. ¿Ok? ¿Y por qué? Porque quieren que creas que está pasando lo mismo. Y eso se los dije desde el principio. Y de nuevo, no tengo que ser un máster analítico que fue a la escuela para entender esto. Estas son las cosas más tontas del mundo, pero como le están haciendo caso a idiotas que tienen titulitos y suétercitos amarrados alrededor del cuello, se los están llevando la verga todos, en vez de escuchar al pendejo que no entiende nada y que no tiene títulos y que debería dedicarse a los coches, porque él está viendo lo que está pasando el día de hoy. No. Eso es ilógico. ¿Por qué me mentiría Jerome Powell? Si te están diciendo que lo del 2020 se va a repetir y estás viendo que los precios, hijo de puta, todo está en descuento, tienes que entender que te están engañando, y a todos los demás. Y si todos los demás van a caer, tú no seas el pendejo que también va a acompañarlos a brincar del precipicio. Por favor, por tu bien. Porque de nuevo, y lo digo esto ya contundentemente fuerte, porque voy a dejar de decirlo. Les prometí, esta es mi graduación. Esto sale y da el siguiente paso para abajo, esta es mi graduación y se acabó. Porque esto ya no es emocionante. Es simplemente frustrante ver lo tontos que somos. Y eso no sienta bien conmigo y me voy a otras cosas. Aunque voy a llevarme todo mi dinero al banco todas las veces. A fin de cuentas, para eso aprendí esta chingadera. Vale. Bitcoin, una vez más, cayendo. Tenemos, en velas semanales, tienen que apreciar esta belleza. No has tenido un cierre por debajo de los 107,000 desde junio, cuando recuperamos lo de los aranceles, ¿ok? Ahí fue cuando lo rompimos a la alza por fin. Y ahora estás cayendo y estás cayendo con fuerza, tío. Yo esperaría, porque cada que rompemos un nivel a la baja, lo vienes a retestear. Este promedio del 34 que se encuentra en los 106,400 sería mi zona aquí abajo, que les había dicho el último en vivo, donde yo vería esa oportunidad de corto acá. Me habían preguntado, ¿se acuerdan? Aquí todos los miembros de ETA el miércoles pasados, ¿por qué no dan el long que Alex y Farhan trae hasta los 107? Porque no llegamos. Es por eso que cuando estás en tendencia bajista, cuando todo está yendo para abajo, no quieres mandar trades riesgosos en contra de la tendencia, porque la tendencia es la que te está guiando en general. Tienes más probabilidades de tenerlo bien si apuestas con la tendencia que en contra de la tendencia. Es que nos quede muy claro esto. Si están viendo que Bitcoin está en una tendencia bajista, a menos de que lo quieras ignorar, si para ti esto es alcista, y lo puedes justificar de mil formas. Estaba ahorita yo viendo si estaba pensando en hacer un experimento social donde iba a abrir una cuenta que simplemente hace todas las tablas alcistas. Espérame. Eso es bajista, entonces la pondré aquí. Con esto ya se ve alcista. Ve nada más, güey, la hemos tocado en abril, en agosto del 2024, que fue la caída de Japón. Venimos, nos apoyamos una vez, rompimos a la alza, caímos en la gran caída de los aranceles de Bitcoin y ahora aquí vamos a volver a rebotar y altos históricos. Todo lo puedo voltear, ¿no? Si esto es lo que crees, bien, apuéstalo a largo. Pero estamos literalmente hasta en la semanal en una tendencia bajista. ¿Qué me dices la de 2 semanas, no? Pero bueno, vamos a empezar a analizar esto. Esa es la idea. Vamos para abajo, pero antes tenemos que rebotar y la pregunta es, ¿dónde va a ser la zona de rebote? Eso es todo. Por ahora, tenemos voy a poner el índice. Bitcoin All Price Index. Nuestra teoría de Wicks funcionó. Tienes aparte una vela envolvente bajista hasta ahora. Falta todavía un mes y 25 minutos para poder ponerle fin a esto. El ciclo pasado lo terminamos con un blow off top con esta vela topera. Este ciclo lo podríamos terminar como Tesla con una vela envolvente bajista. Vamos a ver. Pero sobre todo para nosotros, esta fue la primera alerta que nos dio ya hace un rato Bitcoin. Que de nuevo, sigo sin ver a nadie de los que hablan de Bitcoin todo el tiempo hablar de esto. Esto es nuestra volatilidad. Puedes bajar esto es completamente gratis en indicadores BBWP, ¿ok? By the Caretaker es el que lo hizo. Para que lo tengan ahí, solamente me voy a acercar para que lo puedan ver. Es este aquí arriba y este es el creador de Caretaker, ¿ok? Este es un índice de volatilidad. Este es un índice de volatilidad y la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. Ahora, ¿qué es lo interesante de esta tabla? Cada que llegamos a estos puntos de volatilidad, donde hay una inflexión a la alza, tienes el fondo del mercado de Bitcoin. Los ejemplos más recientes, porque si me voy muy para atrás, mucha gente no estaba en el mercado de Bitcoin en 2016, 2017. En el 2020, en julio del 2020, fue cuando Bitcoin tocó piso. En este trimestre, básicamente. Y después tuvo la subida a altos históricos de $69,000. Luego, este fondo es el de octubre de 2023. Aquí fue cuando Bitcoin estaba en $28,000, dio un retroceso a 25 y se fue hasta 126. ¿Ok? ¿Y dónde están los topes? Cada que bajamos, que volatilidad está contrayendo oficialmente, que es debajo del promedio. Primer sesión, cierre por debajo del promedio y adivinen qué. Ahí es donde estamos en este momento también acá con esta tabla. Así que este fue el primer índice, el primer indicador que nos dijo que volatilidad, que el precio de Bitcoin había topado, que está a punto de topar. El truco es, falta todavía un mes y 25 días para confirmar esto, pero esto se volteó antes del cierre del mes pasado. El mes pasado se volteó a la baja y este mes alargó a la baja. Y esto fue para mí lo que me dijo que ya vimos el tope en Bitcoin. Y ha funcionado bien, honestamente. Volatilidad está contrayendo en la trimestral, por más que veamos el precio subir y en una tendencia alcista, estamos poniendo lo que parece ser una vela envolvente bajista. Una vela envolvente bajista es una vela que cubre completamente toda la vela pasada y es roja. Esto es bajista. ¿Y cómo se confirmaría? Digamos que cierre tal cual esta vela con un cierre por debajo de $99,100. Eso nos confirmaría que estamos a tope de ciclo, encima de la volatilidad contrayendo, etcétera, y nos daría continuación en la caída. ¿Ok? Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual nos está diciendo que está preparando Bitcoin el movimiento más agresivo en toda la historia y fuerte. Ahora, este movimiento puede ser a la alza o a la baja. Tú decides, ¿no? y acá con volatilidad. Porque cuando tienes nula volatilidad en temporalidades altas, te va a dar los movimientos más agresivos. O existe ese potencial. Igual y simplemente nos hace un jueguito pendejo como el de acá y pum, 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 nos quedamos ahí un rato. Pero esto tiene cara y nos da probabilidad de que el movimiento más alto en toda la historia de Bitcoin va a venir. En esta, ¿cómo se dice? En la mensual tuviste ya una vela envolvente bajista acá que se ve como un doji y ahora tienes continuación, cualquier cierre por debajo de 103,400, interesante, que también es por debajo del promedio del 9. Esto, y estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 ahorita, estando por debajo del promedio del 9 mensual, nosotros vemos esto como bajista. Entonces, esto empieza a formar formación y estructura bajista. Lo único que tienes que hacer para confirmarla en la mensual es llevarte los 98,276. ¿Por qué? Simplemente para que vean, esta sería esta estructura acá, por esta vela. Una vez que te lleves eso, tu siguiente mínimo a retestear es este. Entonces ya puedes ver el gap tan grande una vez que bajes de los 90 y que fueron, se los acabo de decir, se me olvidó. Los 98,330, vas para abajo. 2 semanas también pinta nula volatilidad, lo que nos dice también que viene uno de los movimientos fuertes, va a acompañar a la mensual, etcétera. Por ahora, en esta de 2 semanas, tenemos el topecillo de Bitcoin y empezamos una tendencia bajista. Esta tendencia bajista va a confirmar con el bajón debajo de los 94,000. No, perdón, ¿esto qué es? 98,330. Ok, la misma que en la mensual. Si te llevas la mensual para abajo, la de 2 semanas también, pues ahí queda. Faltan 2 días y 8 horas para cerrar esto. El único cierre que tuvimos debajo del 21 fue en agosto del 2024. En toda esta tabla, el 21 es la línea amarilla que están viendo acá. Y la cosa es, cerraste acá y en agosto del 2024 fue cuando todo el mundo estaba echándole la culpa al sistema financiero de Japón que se iba a llevar al mundo. No se los llevó ni cuando los aranceles de Bitcoin llegaron, cayó del 21 y ahora estamos por debajo del 21 a cerrar una vela. Esto nos pone también en postura bajista. Semanal empieza a tener cara que quiere reventar. Recuerden que para nosotros volatilidad, después de volatilidad nula, no consideramos que esté levantando, aunque esté así. Consideramos nosotros eso una vez que crucemos el 15%, que es donde puse esta línea meme, y está en camino. En la semanal tienes una tendencia bajista ya confirmada. Esto simplemente se llevaría más de la tendencia bajista y tu siguiente objetivo a la baja van a ser no llevarte los 74 si eres alcista, ¿no? Puedes poner aquí tranquilamente una línea meme y yo no la pondría y la pondría aquí en los 68,970 en el índice. Ese va a ser mi siguiente objetivo a la baja. Y ahora, ¿te lo va a llevar luego? No, va a hacerte una mamada de estas donde el 85 aguante, todo el mundo crea que va a levantar. Recuerden que en mercados bajistas, los mejores rips arriba son cuando ocurren acá. Entonces te va a dar un putazo para arriba, todo el mundo va a decir, a huevo, ahora sí nos vamos a 180,000, perdón, que ya fue correcto hace 4 años, pero no hemos llegado, y de ahí vamos a caer. Es como la va a jugar esta chingadera, en mi opinión. Por ahora, ahí lo tienen. Voy a dejar este en el índice, definitivamente. ¿Dónde estaba? Perdón, un segundito. Aquí. Ahí está, solamente para tenerla. ¿Por qué acá? Esta es tu zona de breakout de antes. No podías, y una vez que rompiste no lo has venido a retestear. Mínimo merece un retesteo en los 67, mínimo. 5 días, vamos a la de 5 días con los bitcoins. 5 días también estás teniendo el mismo problema acá, ya cerraste por debajo del 55, el único que habías hecho fue cuando arancelaron a Bitcoin y ahora, bueno, le pusieron ¿cómo se dicen? Aranceles. Y ahora tienes el promedio del 100 aquí abajo en los 93,000, que debería ser tu siguiente objetivo natural en la de 5 días. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Atención, esto ya te pone en tesitura de un movimiento de 35%. 35% es 70,000 o de 30%, 76,000 a la baja, con una estructura bajista, una vela topera, confirmación instantánea. Diaria, expansión a la baja, lo pueden ver acá, en una tendencia clara bajista, puedes poner hasta un canalito y pasarte de verga, ¿no? Acá, no, espérame, no es eso, ¿qué verga será eso? Regression trend, cálmate, pinche Quantum Bro. Acá, hasta acá. Es lo que están viendo. Pueden adelantar y poner un canalito acá y disfrutarlo. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja, estás por debajo de todos los índices, todos los niveles importantes, etcétera. Una vez más, ¿qué estamos esperando de Bitcoin? Llevándolos ya a mi tabla limpia, sin más ni más. Simplemente un retesteo, un rebote alcista. Estoy muy arriba en mi trade, lo voy a cachar ahorita. Me vale verga lo demás. Puede ser el promedio, es más, voy a esperarme al promedio del 5 en los 103. O me la puedo comer, ¿no? Puede que esto haga esto y para abajo. La siguiente posibilidad es 103 para abajo. Siguiente posibilidad de 106, 100 para abajo. Y la última en un extremo serían 107, 500 para abajo. Pero es lo que estamos esperando. Y estamos mal en el rebote una vez que te lleves estos mínimos. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Mr. Farhano, you're doing CLH, C-E-L-E-H, Celsius, right?
Celsius. Y Celsius. Vamos.
Vamos al Celsius. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and be right back. Thank you, sir.
I'll start with, see how much data we've got. We do have enough data for 6 months. We'll do that. Zoom out. Momentum on the 6 month is now flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility now approaching extreme lows. And if you notice on momentum, we took out every single one of our previous momentum lows except for this one back here. And with price putting in consistent higher lows, giving us 6 month hidden bullish divergence. And that will confirm with any close over $47.24, which we are very close to at the moment. Confirming that divergence will give us an easy target of the top 38.2%, which right now is sitting at about $200. That is like a 5x in price at the moment from where we are at the moment. That is a 380% return. But we are on the previous candle, we did close freshly above that 38.2%, which does make it more likely that we are going to test the bottom of the 38.2% before we see any upside from here. And the bottom of the 38.2% currently puts us around $33, $33.10, which is a pullback from where we are now of close to 20%, around 19 to 20%. Right around here would be the area where if you are going to be bullish, you'd want to take your longs at that bottom 38.2% at $33, and your stop loss would be this quick low at about $21. That is a risk of, let's say, 36%, pretty wide against you, but the reward is about over 400%. So pretty good, more than 10 to 1 in that regard. But you'd probably want to not use leverage on this type of setup, and you don't really need it for this type of return. Especially since it's on a much higher time frame, we'll probably want to be leery of leverage on this type of setup, which is a much higher, would take much longer to play out. Because even if you do hit this 38.2%, this is a 6 month chart, probably going to take more than 2 years for that target to get hit. Quarterly currently is in a breakdown, flipping back to the downside, projecting getting out of the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding, and you're getting a nice rejection of your 38.2% and a follow through from there. Confirmation of the breakdown is going to be a close below this 21 EMA at about $36.79, close to that 38.2% at $33, and then that'll give you a move down to this 55, which is technically an ever so slightly higher low, and there is some possibility that you could get that bounce here. Just pretty unlikely at that point, especially with the loss of 38.2%. What's more likely that you're going to continue to dump and break this low. But that is currently sitting at about $18, and this low is at about, actually that would break the low. No, the 21 is my bad. It's at the 55 is at 21.82. So, and this is 21.10. So it's a higher low by like 70 cents. And that's assuming that you come to this and hold it by the cent, not go below it. Go below it, you take out this previous higher low. Monthly is now also breaking down, losing your top 38.2%. You're approaching your median, which is going to be support at about $40, around psychological level as well. Losing the median is going to be confirmation of your breakdown towards somewhere around $28. This is a monthly setup versus the 38.2% is on a 6 month. So there's going to be a lot of fuckery in between. You just don't want to lose that level on the 6 month basis. You can lose it on a monthly. Losing it on the monthly will give you a dump down towards somewhere around like $20, $21. Ideally, you'd want to bounce in that zone. Otherwise, your next target is $12. And at that point, that 6 month is very unlikely to hold. Monthly is also getting a breakdown of momentum, getting close to the reset zone. with volatility now at almost 0%, 5%. And the jewel is about to lose the buy signal, to lose the curvature. 2 week also breaking down, approaching the bottom 38.2%. Right now you've lost the median, 38.2% is around 37 bucks. Losing that will bring you down towards this 200 at around 25. Momentum is now losing the neutral zone, approaching the bearish control zone with volatility approaching extreme lows. And you're getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Weekly also breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding and a fresh sell signal. And a loss of your 38.2% now. Hopium is you hold this 200 SMA on a closing basis at around $41.83. Otherwise, you're probably going to revisit these lows in the low 20s. 5-day also getting momentum into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion and a fresh sell signal. And a loss of the 38.2%. Same idea as the weekly with that 200 SMA on the closing basis. 2-day massively gap to the downside. Nice. I like to see that. That is a gap of, let's take it from the close. 20%. Wonderful. It gapped into a bear market. And but on the 2-day, we are now approaching 95. We're actually below the 95%, giving high probabilities of bounce from somewhere around this $41-$40 zone. And that bounce likely takes us up to somewhere around this 200, somewhere around maybe $45. Not sure if we will get that gap fill, considering how high up that is. I think that's likely going to be a trap, and this 200 will be a rejection, and then we'll just continue to dump from there while the HPDR ranges can step down. And we're also getting very extreme on the momentum side and volatility. Daily as well, 97.5%, extreme momentum, 97%, volatility, 97%. Very likely you get a bounce from this zone. That bounce targets somewhere around 43 to 45 bucks. 4 hours well, 98.68% on momentum and volatility, and 97.5% on HPDR, somewhere around 40 bucks, maybe slightly below 40 bucks, high probability of a bounce. Now let's go to our side. Yeah, same idea as the daily. You're getting extremely low on the HPD on the RSI. You're at an 8 now. High probability of a bounce from somewhere around here. 4 hour also. 2 hours now entering God mode signal on the jewel. And you're putting in some possibility of bullish divergence now on the 2 hour because you're making a higher low on momentum. You'll have to close over about $46.23 to confirm that, though. A little unlikely. You are now taking out that low, no possibility of divergence. 3-day currently still has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $61.49. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which is currently, well, this is going to update. It's currently at $13.65. I would love for it to go to $13.65, but a little unlikely this is going to update. 5-day currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $62.55. Your next target is the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about $24.69. Nice number. Lines up with that low 20s. Weekly also has bearish divergence. Next target is the bearish control zone, 26.63. That's another almost 50% dump from here. 2 week also has now has possibility for bearish divergence, which will confirm with any close below $59.56. Very high up from where we are now. The easy target from that is going to be the neutral zone, which is currently at 36 bucks, and then bearish control zone, which will update in about 4.5 hours. Right now it's at $12.80. Let's see if there's any bearish divergence. Nope, not here. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence of multiple drives, but this is a quarterly chart, and this can be active for a long time. This can take a long time to end up playing out, even if it is not going to be invalidated. And right now, the invalidation is going to be getting a close below $41.31. We are very close to that number now. Invalidation will, if it does get invalidated, that will give us a target of the neutral zone, which is currently at $21.75, low 20s. I like to see that. Now we look at momentum. 6 month is pointing to the downside, rejecting the critical zone. Volatility is now at the lowest level ever, and it's going to be pointing down as long as you're closing below $92.63. Quarterly is also pointing to the downside with volatility approaching the lowest point ever, actually at the lowest point ever. And it's going to be pointing down as long as you're closing below $45.70. Monthly is currently pointed up with volatility expansion, and it is going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over $34.25. 2 week is currently freshly pointed down, not losing the critical zone, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $66.30, and you're now losing the silver cross. Weekly is currently pointed down with the drop of death and volatility expansion, and you are now losing the 200. Going to close in about 4 hours and 20 minutes, 4:20, nice. And you're going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $59.60. Let's see the last time you had a drop of death and volatility expansion. Right here. And how much of a dump did you get? You got a bounce and then dump of 45%. Not bad. We have a target roughly 40-ish% now to that $20-ish zone. Here, you didn't really have volatility expansion, so you got it. You had it here. Let's see. About 35% down, not bad. If you were to take 35% from here, brings us to where we are now, and then for 50%, brings us to about 20s. 5-day also drop of death, volatility expansion with momentum to the downside. Going to be down as long as you're closing below $60.85. 2-day also has a drop of death, pointing down with volatility expansion, and pointing down as long as you're closing below $60.40. Daily is currently flipped down freshly with volatility expanding at extremes though, and it is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $44.05. And you're about to get a fresh silver cross to the downside on the daily, which will confirm in about 4 hours and 18 minutes as long as you're trading or closing below $57. 4 hour also freshly flipping to the downside with volatility at 100%, and it is going to be pointing down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone as long as you're closing below $48.33. So on the high time frames now, this is flipping bearish. You are putting in bearish divergences. You're getting momentum flipping to the downside on the 6 month as long as you're closing below $92.60. Quarterly is getting momentum flipping to the downside, but it is getting to pretty extreme areas now and putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over $63.50. You're getting monthly currently still flipping to the upside, which very close to flipping back down, and you're about to confirm or invalidate the bullish divergences on the monthly. And 2 week is now freshly flipping to the downside. Weekly is flipping to the downside with volatility expansion and the derp of death. But you are getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR to the downside, making it high probability you're going to bounce somewhere around here to $40, maybe slightly below in the $39 zone. But a high probability get a little bit of a bounce towards around $43 to $45. Around that zone, if you are bearish, you'd want to see a rejection and some consolidation while the HPDR ranges can step down. And then high probability the bearish divergences will continue to play out towards somewhere around that $20-ish zone, like somewhere between $24 to $28. And from there, you'd want to see a strong bounce and you want to see a reclaim of around $34, $35. And then you have possibilities still alive for continuing to new highs. You don't hold that area, and then good luck. This is probably going to break this $20 low, probably going to trade somewhere in the $13 to $15, which is one of our bearish divergence targets. Personally, I like to see that happen.
By the way, this chart is the one that made me wonder about my own theory on this for a long time. Because, I've been saying for a fucking year that the market's going to drop last quarter of this year, first quarter of next year. So far, so good. But this chart was like making me really second guess myself because it's coming all the way to here. And I was like, why is this so bullish? Like sales on everything are down. Why is this shit so bullish? But if you make such a lower high, yeah, that explains it. And then you should at least come retest this line at $30.
I
like
guess
at very least.
everyone figured out that the sales they were reporting were the free drinks they gave out.
To all the non-athletes that drink it. It's like Gatorade. I don't know if you in any sport growing up, people used to really drink Gatorade in the half times and whenever they got a break. And right now, they bring him Gatorade bottles that are filled with water. And it's like, dude, that should be illegal. Like I'm no one to talk about anything, but that should be illegal. You're telling kids that they're drinking Gatorade, they're drinking just plain water.
And
You're
that big
fucking.
ass Gatorade jug is full of water too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, either way, thank you, senor. That was very clear. And now Robinhood for you.
Robin the Hood.
Robin the Hood. Thank you. Ok. Estamos viendo Celsius. Celsius tiene una tabla bastante larga, pero en el 2020 fue cuando en verdad despegó. Esta fue la tabla que me estaba haciendo pensar a mí que mi teoría estaba mal, porque continuaba subiendo, subiendo y no entiendo por qué cuando todos los artículos de consumo van para abajo. Pero tío, si vienes ya a hacer altos y altos más bajos acá, deberías de tener bajos más bajos y tal vez llevarte hasta estos $21 a la baja. Y ahí es donde vamos a poner atención acá. Y esto es lo que pasa normalmente y por lo que me salgo del mercado antes de que tope, antes de que todo es por esto. Venías en una tendencia alcista divina, cabrón, hasta acá, ¿no? ¿Qué es esto? Un segundo. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Una línea? Ah, es un promedio, ok. Veníamos en esta línea alcista desde marzo del 2025 con los aranceles, subiendo, subiendo. Y de un día a otro, cabrón, te da una bajada de 20%, ¿no? De acá a, bueno, es menos, porque ¿dónde cerró esta vela? Aquí arriba, un segundo, de $60. Te dio una bajada en 2 días de 31%. Ahora entienden por qué cuando volteas a ver el mercado en total, lo ves y dices, ok, me voy a salir. No, me voy. ¿Por qué? Porque esto es lo que pasa. No te da tiempo de salirte. No, todo el mundo esperando a que todo esto ocurra en cámara lenta y primero vamos a perder este promedio y luego el otro. No, güey. Es, todo va de huevos, pito. Adivina que ya estás 30% abajo. Siguiente. Y es por eso me han estado preguntando, ¿qué opinas de entrar ahorita que está en corrección, Roblox o no sé qué vergas? Ustedes saben y les he dicho, estoy fuera porque si yo personalmente he dicho, el mercado ya topó. Y esto es el mejor ejemplo de por qué. No se veía esto súper alcista y tenía todo, literalmente todo yendo de viento en popa en él. Sí. Y en 2 días, 30% abajo, güey. ¿A quién le dio tiempo de salirse? A nadie. A absolutamente nadie. Y es justamente lo que estamos viendo en todos lados. Vean Oclo. No, es que ya bajó un chingo. Debemos de comprar. No. Oclo ya está bajo casi 50% del tope. Y mis objetivos no acaban hasta los $50. ¿Me entienden? Esto no corrige. Es una buena lección para toda la gente que. ¿Cómo vergas es esto? CLEH. Sorry. Ay, lo tengo aquí en la pantalla. Qué pendejo soy. Estas cosas no corrigen poco a poco. Van a ver, Tesla, ya tal cual, ¿no? De donde estábamos, que ya le pagaron a Elon Musk, entonces ya no tienes pedos. Pero Tesla de donde está ahorita, ya tal cual, vamos a ver dónde estamos, ¿no? Que por cierto, me falló. Vendí este top y todavía llegó $3 más alto. Entonces ya pueden hacer clips y decir que valgo verga por el resto de la vida, por 3 años mínimo. Ya está bajo 10% en 2 días, ¿no? Andas, no que va en 2 días, en 4 días. Ya estás abajo 10%. Tesla, mañana, pasado, la próxima semana, va a abrir un día aquí abajo, en los 400, en los 370. Y no le va a dar tiempo a ningún cabrón que cree que todo esto va a continuar con la tendencia de la inteligencia artificial. A ver, esto se los dije cuando estábamos acá. Esto es para atrapar a la gran cantidad de gente que cree que ya viene la siguiente, el siguiente momento de Tesla. ¿ok? No viene todavía. O sea, no hay nada que va a sobrevivir esto. Vale, y por eso lo han tirado tan poco. Y también el hecho que les estén vendiendo la idea de que viene la recuperación pronto. Ahorita ya le están diciendo a todos, ¿no? El presidente Trump dice que todo el mundo por el Big Beautiful Bill va a tener la mayor cantidad de impuestos de vuelta. No es cierto, porque si la gente está haciendo menos dinero, y lo hemos visto los años pasados, hay menos recolección de impuestos. Están hablando de una cantidad relativa. Y cuando hacen este tipo de trucos es porque quieren que seas alcista. Te están diciendo una mentira a propósito que puede ser un poco real, porque relativo puede ser, pero total no. Y te están mintiendo para que seas alcista. Te están diciendo que metas todo tu dinero. Aquí pone un güey en Facebook, vean, así de tontos somos. La caída del imperio. No es la caída del imperio. Esta es la limpiada de dinero de toda la gente que es pendeja y cayó en todas estas estupideces para que el dólar se vaya al cielo, que continúa. De nuevo, esta simplemente fue lo que les dije hace un año iba a ocurrir ahora. Y aquí estamos. La caída del imperio no. En realidad es completamente lo contrario. Y hasta que no rebote y no todo, la gente no lo va a comprender. Esto se trata de quitarle la mayor cantidad de dinero a toda la gente. No se trata de nada más. Esto es quitarles todo su dinero. Esto es el final de la transferencia de riqueza. Ahorita están hablando, va a haber una transferencia de riqueza. Ya pasó, pendejos. Elon Musk tenía 30 mil millones de dólares hace 6 años. Ahora tiene 700 billones de dólares. O sea, no mamen. Dejen de ver las noticias. No mamen lo pendejos que los hace. Es una mamada. Una mamada. Estados Unidos ya resolvió todos sus problemas, toda la deuda, todo lo que les están diciendo ahorita en las noticias, todo lo que ustedes creen, todo lo que todos los economistas profesionales creen, todo eso, todo, les digo, todo, cabrones, es mentira. El dólar está en la mejor posición en la que ha estado en 30 años. Pero ustedes ya quieren ver el final para que lo valide. Cuando vean al dólar subir a 120, no va a ser de, bueno, el tío Salo tenía razón. Van a estar cagándose debajo de un colchón, llorando todos de cuánto dinero han perdido en la bolsa. Ya va a ser demasiado tarde. Eso es lo que está pasando en este momento. No es el fin del dólar. Este es el principio del siguiente round para el dólar a la alza por un rato. No vean las noticias, de corazón se los digo. No gano nada con que las vean o no. Lo único que gano es paz, porque, güey, les están viendo la cara de pendejos, cabrón. Trimestral vamos a empezar ya con esta chingadera. Puta madre. Trimestral, para empezar, altos más altos, bajos más altos, altos más bajos. ¿Y qué sigue después de altos más bajos? Bajos más bajos. Entonces, atentos a esta zona de los $21. Ese debería ser mi siguiente objetivo. Y aquí es donde voy a rifarme y decir que deberíamos de encontrar el fondo entre los 21 y los 12.56. Y eso nos pone en extremos, vamos a ponernos 21, 78%, que ya lo hizo antes, o un 87%, por ahí de los 12. Yo creo que un 85% tranquilo, 14.75 es muy posible. ¿Por qué? Simplemente porque estoy en el mismo negocio que ellos y sé perfectamente que esto no tenía sentido. Es todo lo que les voy a decir. Y es también parte de esto, ¿no? Si no tienes negocios, ¿cómo vergas vas a entender cómo funciona un negocio? Te lo dicen nada más en la televisión, pero no. En fin. Bajista. Y en la trimestral, una vez más, atentos a esto. Esto ya es una vela envolvente bajista. Esta. Porque ya te llevaste el tope y ya te llevaste el bajo de este. A ver si lo quieren ver más de cerca, ahí les va. ¿Ya ven cómo está por debajo de este mínimo? Esto ya es una vela envolvente bajista, aunque se regrese para acá. Entonces, a menos de que esta vela cierre por encima de 57.20, esto ya se convirtió en una vela envolvente bajista en la trimestral. Mensual, más fácil todavía, güey. Mensual te la dejo acá. Aquí tienes tu cierre mensual, una vela topera. A menos de que recuperes los $56, esta es tu confirmación de la vela topera yendo para abajo. ¿Ok? Y Celsius, ya vieron las correcciones que se da de 70 y tantos %. La que están a punto de ver va a ser brutal. Si a la gente no le alcanza para poder pedir un DoorDash que pueden pagar en 4 pagos, se los juro por mi vida, ¿qué estamos esperando, no? Atentos, atentos. Por ahora estamos perdiendo el promedio del 5, el 9, 21, 34 y parece que nuestra siguiente parada van a ser los 37, que es nuestro promedio del 55 en la mensual. Siguiente objetivo después de eso, el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 nunca, no lo habías tocado desde la gran subida del 2020 y lo veniste a tocar en los aranceles que le pusieron a Celsius. Pero ahora pueden ver que el S&P 200 mensual se encuentra ¿dónde? Porque recuerda, cada que vienes a una zona lo vuelves, ¿no? Acá a donde llegamos al promedio del 55, que es el naranja. ¿Qué pasó con el 55 aquí arriba? Lo perdiste y fuiste al siguiente nivel, que es el rojo, el 100. ¿Qué pasa cuando llegaste al 100 la vez pasada y ahora vas a caer acá? Vas a llevarte el 100 y vas a ir al 200. Es así de fácil. Continúa cayendo en la mensual esto con esa posibilidad. Y habíamos visto la volatilidad. Volatilidad está haciendo absolutamente nada, yéndose de lado como pendeja. Aquí está contrayendo. Tienes vela. No, esto no es una vela topera, honestamente. De libro, pero tienes esta gran caída. Esta no es una vela envolvente bajista, pero estás perdiendo todos tus promedios y parece que los 40 planos es tu siguiente nivel, que es el promedio del 100. Una vez que lo pierdas, siguiente objetivo van a ser por acá de los $29, porque tienes el S&P 200 subiendo y aquí ya lo tocaste en la pasada, en la bajada de los aranceles y antes no lo habías tocado, así que puedes ver que esos niveles son los que siguen. Esperaría Celsius dar continuación a la baja. Podrías tener un rebote a 46. Esos rebotes a 46 serían excelentes oportunidades para deshacerte de tu posición, para vender o para hacer corto. Semanal tienes todo este gran bajonzote. Les digo, habíamos estado en esta tendencia alcista, llegamos hasta acá, instantáneamente caemos, perdemos todos los promedios de una sola vela, perdiste el 9, el 5, el 21, el 34, el 55, el 100 y el 200 en una vela y continúa para abajo. Siguiente objetivo simplemente van a ser los 39, 77, que es lo que todo el mundo esperaría a que aguante. ¿Por qué? Aquí deberías de encontrar un rebote, porque esta fue tu zona de breakout. Antes, esta era tu resistencia, resistencia, resistencia. Una vez que lo rompiste, hiciste este breakout. Ahora, esta es una divergencia bajista. Para cuando están viendo, esto es como lo que vimos en Bitcoin en el 2021. Esto es la famosa M de McDonald's. ¿Ok? Y esa M de McDonald's tiene la segunda parte más alta de la M, es más alta y te está confirmando aquí en la bajada. Todavía no tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, pero esto te lo va a dar rápido. Pueden ver la tremenda caída en Celsius. Vamos a la diaria. Uf, Dios. Gap, expansión de volatilidad ante la caída y creo que a Celsius le mama estar en rojo, ¿no? Sí, puede todavía caer mucho más y más rápido. Y esto no me sorprendería. Yo aquí es donde digo, si te estás metiendo a jugarle al verga y hacer long y voy a comprar esto, son movimientos chicos, güey, y rápidos. Porque aquí, esto es lo padre de cuando cae en putiza para que nadie se pueda salir. Por eso, una vez más, cuando digo, veo el mercado como está, digo, me salgo, güey. No importa que suba 2, 3% más, va a caer potentemente en días. Y esto es lo que estamos viviendo el día de hoy. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 200 justamente en los 43. Esperaría un rebote a los 43 a 46. Todo el mundo pensaría que vamos a llenar el gap hasta los 56. Yo no. Creo que los 46 sería una gran zona de rechazo. ¿Por qué? Porque esta fue una gran zona de consolidación que habíamos convertido en soporte, que no soportó nada. Lo pueden ver ahí. Literalmente no aguantó ni vergas. Siguientes aquí abajo en los 40. Estos 40, una vez más, deberían de funcionar como soporte, pero pues vieron que se los pasó por los huevos antes. Aquí es donde yo esperaría esto para dar continuación a la baja. Así que Celsius se continúa viendo bajista y no es que se continúe, se había visto muy alcista hasta literalmente apenas, ya con una caída de 30% empalmada en días y pues por eso te quieres salir de cosas en putiza cuando ves todo caer, cuando ves todo ya en euforia. Y ese es el secreto de todo este pedo. Vamos a la que sigue con Alex, vamos a ver Solamis. Solami, señor.
Nice. Let me go here, make that bigger. You know, Sol's in an interesting spot because we were watching that 154.87 to just low 154 flat as major support for Sol. We've seen this region hold on major moves down before bouncing pretty nicely. We've also seen this region not hold, reject before, you know, capitulating all the way down if we look to the low $95 region. So this is a pretty big spot here. So far, bulls are trying to hold it. But what we can see is you just have to really start taking out the previous highs. If we can take out yesterday's wick high, I'll look at that as confirmation of a move up to that 169, 168, or just the daily EMA 9. No reason to overcomplicate Solana. You do make big moves down off of the daily EMA 9. And it lined up right at the meme line, makes that a very big spot for me if you do get a squeeze here. So far, you've bounced, let's see, 5.65%, opening up potentially, or just, you know, staying in this range that was opened up in November 3rd, which is about, let's just measure that from here down, about like 10%. So it's a pretty big range, but you do need to see bulls actually pick up here and move up. It's going to be pretty crucial, specifically when we know that this spot is really the spot. Even on the 10-minute, you can see major moves down just off of little 10-minute rejections. You can see. I'm curious. Let's just measure this. Oh, wow. Huh. So a 10-minute setup gave you a 4% move. And this one was very easy. That was a 2% move. And that's why this market is very nice right now. You have a lot of volatility. But with Solana going forward today, you're just watching for expansion from here. You need support off Bitcoin bouncing, price divergence at the, you know, low 99.8, 200, 300 holds, essentially just be low on Bitcoin. And you move up, and you're seeing that on Solana, price divergence. But now you just need the breakout. It's a tricky spot because when Bitcoin's in breakdown mode, you're not going to get as much support with Solana moving up, and potentially this will just roll over. Now let's look at a scenario. Let's see here. You know, you bounced, went up 163 before ended rejecting back down, and then fulfilling the bear prophecy to 140, opening up this range. So, you know, it's really a race against time for bulls here, in my opinion. You just need to see them actually move up. Or this will just have risk of rolling over, not taking out November 5th high, and actually making a new low around 140 to 136 region. And Solana's bearish. I mean, again, this is a good perspective on the weekly. Just shows, you know, how sold off this chart has been, but also how important a spot 150, 155 is for Solana, lined up right with that meme line. Lots of chop on the weekly around here. And look at this. You were just like wicking down, up, wicking up. You're just chopping in this region. But the point is, you know, above the weekly EMA 100 is bullish. You have 2 days to go. You're barely bouncing off of it now. This is a big zone for bulls. They need to just hold above the weekly EMA 100 into next week. This could give them more confluence of a spring scenario, bounce up, and even viewing the weekly moving averages. You can see, yeah, you have resistance at that 169 we saw on the daily, but Solana could move all the way up to that 180 and then roll over. You have the 21, 9, and 34 there, which, mind you, the 34 was very strong support for 4 weeks. So you break down. It's very altcoin characteristics to do a major move up, 17%. We're so back to a major rollover, dependent on if 155 holds. So that's why you'll be really seeing bulls trying to defend this zone, all while bears just simply need to move Bitcoin down, move Solana down, open up a new range, target 140 to 135. So if you're bullish here, you're better off waiting 2 days, wait for the weekly, and maybe play this setup. That could at least give you more confidence of maybe this low at 145 holding, because this still is very close to the weekly EMA 100, which very easily could get lost in 2 days. It's an altcoin, so, and you see it not very far from it, less than 2% away, 1.2%. That could get lost today and then go more down 2 days. It closes under it. You front running this trade are just going to get trapped. So for me, I really see no short here. You really can't short into support. You have to be very predictive if you're going to do that. Really just stop loss up here, wanting a breakdown. But volatility is pretty high, and you are at major support, and you're also at a weekly EMA 100. Even with a chart like Solana, we still can't disregard that. That's a major level. And the 5-day even gives you confluence that, yeah, you can afford to move up to that 167. I have 169 meme line, so that's good confluence. And if you move up above that, yeah, you easily compress that 180 to 183. Now let's see how the monthly is looking on Sol. So you see major spots all around that 155 to 157 region. It's very interesting to see, because into December, you could easily just get a move simply based off the monthly losing the 21 and support here. Confluence of that next target down to 140 to 135. It's very interesting to see this because, I mean, the 21 was solid support. You are there currently, which is the exact reason why I don't really see any reason to short above 155. But that doesn't mean you can't get a short easily once you do start deviating. You just have to be very mindful of the chop. I mean, this was not fun. You were what? Rejecting 180s, bouncing off 120s. Pretty major range. So really watch that. I mean, 155 is going to hold dreams for bulls, bears alike. So just, watch that very carefully. Sol BTC is also at support, but you rejected the monthly 9. So this is already just looking very weak. Put in a top candle in September. So you can just see how important this meme line is on Sol spot and also Sol versus Bitcoin. You lose this, you're going to move all the way down to that 134 level and possibly lower. Mind you, this dump down occurred off of really 153 getting lost on lower time frames before dumping in one monthly candle all the way down to 7095. I won't even measure it from wick high, just from this point down. That was a 56% move in 1 month. So, I mean, you just have to be very cautious here. Rejected the monthly 9 in the same zone. This really can start filling out if bears want. That's why bulls aren't really in control. Again, not really the spot to be max shorting. We can easily just wait for, let's see if a weekly can tell us something here. Really, no, it just looks bad all around. I mean, you could just be aggressive, take this weekly low, put a line. Now you have a little more of a range here. We can go to like the 2-day, make it easier. And so we'll just see if we stay under that 155 level and preferably lose this 2 days low. Into next week, this, into this candle, that would be nice because then that would confirm the breakdown, price divergence fizzles out, which is the only hopium here. And you'll just get to smack down to 135. So really, Sol's looking pretty weak to me. 155 gets lost. This will dump hard. And you really should be aware of the monthly, giving you basically the same exact thing you had before a major move down in November of 2022, right here. It's basically the same thing almost. You have the 921 crossed. This would even happen before. You have that already confirmed. You didn't have the 34 populated, so not relevant. You just focus on the 21 and the 9. You stayed between the 21 and the 9. You did lose the 9, and you've rejected the 9 with 34 giving you confluence. So this is a rejection. and you're basically at the extremity low. So you perhaps maybe are already breaking down. But really confirmed, if we just focus here back in 2022 on Sol BTC, go to the weekly. Okay, that didn't tell us anything. Let's go to the daily. Oh, and so the daily was very gracious, actually, to bears. So I'm thinking this must have been easy to catch. Weekly wasn't, monthly wasn't, but then banging this on a daily, you had a EMA 100 deviation. So that instantly is not bullish. You're maybe watching this region to short. You didn't get it. You lost the daily 9 as well, though. So it actually allowed you to really start scaling shorts on the daily 9. Then once you lost the meme line here, that's the point. You had an easy retest before a major move down. So you are always able to, see these moves. That's why I like using higher time frame, dissecting on lower time frame. Makes a lot of sense to me. So in this perspective, it's just now you're waiting for this to break the low, close dailies back under the meme line right at 15557 before the big rejection down that leads into a major red candle into this month, which most likely then will correlate to a very low ETH. I mean, Solana, I just looked at that downside, thought ETH rose really fast. My apologies, ETH bulls. But really, I mean, if I'm looking at Sol and I want to see actionable setups here, that can take me lower. Well, I'll just gauge in the weekly and I'll say, okay, well, you lose 155. You probably do just capitulate to $100. So, that is what's potentially at store for Sol into December. It's like, $100 Sol. Massive trend shift, breakdown. And so, at this point, anything can happen. You can move down. Obviously, it won't be like that. And then you can move all the way up, retest, and then move down. I mean, it's an altcoin. But for now, honestly, I am looking at $100 to $85 Sol. You've seen $85 aggressively be tapped before, right in this region. And then you've seen a really big bounce back up. So we can't forget what we're trading. This is an altcoin. It's very not good for traders. But like in the midst of a massive weekly trend shift, we're so back. Couldn't hold the throwback though. Getting back under the 21, but holding the 9. Okay, we'll look for a move back to the 21. Front run the rejection, lost the 9, and then you just start to break down really hard. That took you from 100 to like $26 on Sol. So for me now, we have a very easy spot on when we're not so back, which is just lose 155. Lose 155 off the back of weekly volatility, which is, let me see this before I say that. Yeah, the lowest read ever recorded on Sol tells me that, yeah, this is very interesting, actually. Solana is very interesting.
Everything is going to mega fucking nuke.
It's all priming for that, honestly. Because, I mean, really, honestly, it could just be as simple as what occurred back in 2022 with the monthly setup. You just lose that monthly 9, but you've already lost. You reject it, which you're already doing. And then that just in 1 month led to a 48% red dildo.
Tailwinds.
Look at this, yeah, and here, I mean, maybe tailwinds. Maybe. And it doesn't have to go all the way down to here. It doesn't have to repeat exactly, but it can, often look the same. Maybe test that 102 region. You could then make an argument this was a breakout. You did break out. You've never retested this region. This could just be a massive throwback. Let's see what that could look like on a quarterly. Oh, and then does that really look too bad? No, you're just potentially flipping massive resistance into support. But unfortunately, that means you have to just go down 34%. But still, that's not we're just doomed. You just have to afford a 34% pullback and then pray to bull Jesus this region holds. If it doesn't hold, there will be nothing separating Solana from going all the way back to the 20s, 30s, 18s. I mean, we'd hope not. But this was a pretty brutal range overall. I mean, let's see, October 2022 low. So it can go all the way back to like $9-10. So you really just need Solana to hold here. Because it can be very fast. I'll delete this so you can see. It can be fast up, it can be fast down. And it really doesn't have to be too complicated. So for me now on Solana, 155 is the spot. There's really no reason to have FOMO on Sol. Lots of volatility in this chart. And really, she's pretty nice to you, honestly, when you're shorting it. Look at all of this very clean price action in 2025 too. I mean, weekly 9 short this and you'll print. But even in the bear market, it just becomes more juicy because you really can position and just swing it and then sell off, go into key levels, lose the 9, short, and then swing it. So, you know, Sol to me is still at a big spot of support. 155 is the zone. Need to see it actually hold this if you're going to make any kind of bullish argument for Solana. And remember, it's going to start on the daily. So the daily really does just need to hold this region, or you will just see a major move down, similar to what you saw in the bear market. For now, you are holding, you're at support. Don't short support, wait for a breakdown, and then look for the bearish retest. Until then, you do technically have a bullish target above 155 to run that 169 for the culture. Get back above the daily 9, you very easily then can go all the way up to 180s, where that probably does reject. So I just be very aware of that. If you bounce all the way up to here, probably does reject the first tap. This either is a massive bearish retest. You don't even need a meme line to show that. Just view the SMA 200 on the daily. All right, if it moves all the way up to here, you retest that. That could be the start of a major move down for Sol. So just don't get blindsided on these daily SMA 200 tests. And remember, this is all in 2025. So it gets more juicy if you even just go to the bear market, right? Remember I said just swing, just hold and swing. Well, like if you would have been watching shorts here, you would have just been printing. And then watching shorts here, you would have been printing. And let's just look at when it bottomed. So then even rallied up, still would have printed shorting this. Let's just see how much. And yeah, it didn't hit it, but I still would have been talking about a short here to here. And that's why just having the ranges is nice. But here it did hit. I mean, you got the front run trade, 15, 16%, life-changing money. You then got the actual test, 15%. And it even deviated bearish retest. We're not going to count that. And that was it. And then you finally started to get chopped once it got above one candle, moved down again though. So you easily could have just shorted this again off the deviation. These are all daily setups, 35%. And then you eventually bottomed it, held it as support, lost it again, and you get the point. So really big spot on you know, Sol, really, honestly. I'd be watching the zone very carefully. This will determine 155 if you're going to squeeze to 169. First area of resistance, reclaim the daily 9, move up to 180s. 180s gets reclaimed specifically like 188 to 193. The daily EMA 100 will move down more. Maybe in the next few days, this will be around 190. But I just simply want to see this 188 region hold. And again, just use the daily SMA 200 as your spot. No reason to complicate it. You could even throw a silver cross on the daily, and you could just make more of an argument on why. The 9 gets reclaimed, watch the 21, which is touching tips with the SMA 200. So that's all I got.
Very nice, senor. Circle would be next for you. CRCL, Circle from Coinbase.
CRCL, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come back soon. Eat the sushi. It's really good. Thank you.
Those are the best sushi restaurants where the waitress talk like that.
I was
they're
waiting
really from
for
Japan.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
100%. Where you don't
that's
really
some
understand
traditional
them.
shit right there.
Truly.
Thank you, senor. All right, this nice little pump on Bitcoin. I put my take profit 102,300, call it 369 for the culture, call it a day.
102. What'd you say? 300?
102,369.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it's a good one.
Hopefully.
I'm trying
Hopefully.
to short the 102s.
There you go. So that would work for the two of us. See?
Beautiful.
That teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's right. Ok. Estamos viendo Solana, damas y caballeros. Desde los aranceles de Solana, todo el mundo sabe que le puso el presidente Trump acá, que llegamos a los $94. Hemos tenido una gran tendencia alcista, donde nos llevó hasta los 253. Todo el mundo gritó all season y luego pito en putiza. Vean lo rápido que caímos. Olvidémonos de máximos históricos. De aquí a donde estamos, Solana ya está bajo 37%. Este 37% no va ni siquiera hablando de los máximos históricos. De máximos históricos ya habíamos caído la cantidad suficiente que lo hace no regresar a máximos históricos acá en este 67% y se los había puesto sobre la mesa la última vez. ¿Por qué? Analizamos el precio de Solana regresando atrás al ciclo del 2021 y vimos que una vez que atravesamos, me parece que eran 54%, ya no hubo vuelta atrás y se dio acá lo mismo. Entonces tenemos desde acá a donde estamos acá un 46% de caída. Nada mal. Nada mal, nada mal, nada mal. Por ahora, Solana había estado en una tendencia alcista diaria, pero pueden ver que la rompimos literalmente una vez que nos llevamos estos mínimos en los 191 y hemos continuado y continúa la escaloneta. Ahora, la pregunta es, ¿Solana va a rebotar y es all season y esto fue la oportunidad del siglo o no? Para no hacerlas de pedo, no. Llevas un año sin hacer un nuevo máximo, así que tú me dices. Bueno, vamos a empezar en la mensual porque Solana no tiene tantas velas como para tirarte la trimestral encima. Habíamos visto este doble techo en el pecho. Bueno, no es un doble techo, pero este techo con esta línea meme que viene para abajo, que funcionó perfectamente para darnos idea de qué es lo que estaba pasando. Desde el máximo histórico hicimos un nuevo mínimo, luego hicimos un alto más bajo y como les dije en Celsius, después de un alto más alto, un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo que sigue un bajo más bajo. Así que por acá yo voy a estar esperando Solana en los $78. ¿Ese es el punto donde yo voy a comprar? No, no tengo idea. Voy a contestar rápido unas preguntas del chat porque me preguntaron acá algo relacionado con esto. Un segundo. Alejandro, si dejas de platicar sin saber nada como yo como tu Paco que le repito a mis amigos lo que escribo y aprendo aquí, tendré que seguir a Pacos que sí saben y son académicos de economía. Muy recomendado, mi estimado Elías. Por favor, hacer análisis de Open Door. Ahorita le damos. Ramón, solo pregunta rápida. ¿Cuál sería el tipi del corto de Nvidia entre ayer en 188? No tengo ahorita esto acá. Ahorita llegamos a eso. Alejandro, una entrada para corto en Bitcoin de alguien que no sabe nada. Es lo que está jugando Farhan ahorita, la zona de los 102 probablemente, que es, yo tengo mi TP de mi long ahorita, del de la mañana en los 102, 369. Más o menos por esa zona podría ser una buena oportunidad de corto, pero vamos a estar monitoreando la cosa. Me gusta, ya estamos en 1800 en Bitcoin. Alejandro, entrada para corto, ya lo dijimos, estaría bueno agregar para CarMax. Honestamente, ahí es donde yo no sé, porque ya está tan castigado, tenemos que entender esto. Para que la gente vuelva a comprar coches, tiene que pasar un chingo de cosas. Y es ahí donde no estoy seguro, pero que no le dé análisis por parálisis. Si quieres comprar CarMax, esta es una buena entrada. Tal vez lo único que tome sea tiempo. ¿Cuál sería mi punto de entrada en Coinbase? Esta era la pregunta. Mi punto de entrada en Coinbase, mi estimado, es me tengo que esperar a ver. Tengo que esperar a ver cómo cae todo. Porque acá como con Solana, ¿no? Te puedo decir, güey, mi punto de entrada va a ser acá, los 78. No estoy esperando a que llegue ahí. No, en realidad no tengo puntos establecidos. Antes esto lo aprendí en ¿cómo se llama? Los aranceles. Tienes que esperar a ver cuándo te sueltan, cuando nos suelten noticias negativas de la bolsa. siguen notando que nos siguen dando buenas noticias, ¿no? En lo que está cayendo todo. Es para que sigan comprando y sigan cayendo y sigan perdiendo. Cuando llegues al fondo, te van a dar las peores noticias. Ahí es cuando compras. Y honestamente, ¿para qué pones un nivel en precio cuando simplemente puedes estar escuchando a ver cuándo le dicen a todos que todo se va a ir a la verga? Porque ya todo se fue a la verga. Ya la gente ahorita ya está tarde en el tren, ¿no? Pero normalmente es como cuando Trump te dice, va a haber una recesión. Ah, ok, entonces ya, aquí voy a comprar, que fue literalmente lo que me hizo comprar la vez pasada en los aranceles. Me hubiera gustado haber comprado más, pero pues ya, problema corregido y resuelto. Y es lo mismo acá. Ahorita, por ejemplo, en Tesla, ¿por qué no iba a haber un nuevo máximo histórico? O, bueno, tal vez iba a haber un nuevo máximo histórico, pero no iba a reventar ya a la alza como todo el mundo pensaba, porque estando en ese precio, con las noticias tan altas, con tan buenas y positivas, te está diciendo, te quieren hacer pensar que va a continuar y no es así. Como a la bajada, cuando esté todo en la mierda, te dicen que va a continuar a la baja. Ahí es cuando compras. Así que, perdón por no darte una respuesta tal cual, simplemente les estoy diciendo cómo funciona mi cabeza. Así que no te puedo decir cuál es el precio de entrada de Coinbase. Y Daniel, está a $600 en pérdida. ¿Tengo que vender todo antes, ahora que llegue a ceros, o me aguanto un poco al retesteo? La pregunta puede ser tonta, no es tonta. Recién estoy empezando y quiero entender las cosas, hacerme bueno en esto. Tengo dinero en ETFs y cripto. Y ETFs voy perdiendo 20 y en cripto 580. Ok. No sé cómo te hayan hecho comprar arriba ahorita. No tengo ni puta idea. Pero ahora sí que me caga, les voy a ser franco, me caga hablar con la gente como, y esto es algo que me causa muchos problemas en la vida real. No tengo tiempo para hablarles como si fueran pendejos. Tengo tiempo para hablarles directo. Ya la cagaste, güey. Ok, ya entraste, ya la cagaste, a menos de que el mercado se dé la vuelta y regrese saltos históricos. Tienes que entender eso, mi Daniel. Y esto no es malo. Ya la cagaste y es bueno decir, ok, ya la cagué. Ahora, ¿qué hago? Y aquí es, ¿qué tanto la vas a seguir cagando? Es la pregunta. ¿Vendo ahorita $600 de pérdida o me espero? Huevo, ya se vendió, ya llegó mi dinero de Bitcoin. Perfecto, nada mal. Me llevo unos cuantos miles de dólares hoy a fumarme una juca. Felicidades. Es difícil tu pregunta, cabrón, porque naturalmente esperaríamos que haya rebotes. La diferencia, y esto es lo que yo haría ahorita, tu posibilidad de rebote va a ser la más alta en Bitcoin a los 110. Tu
I
posibilidad de
see.
rebote en Solana. ¿Ah?
I think I see where the prices are bouncing. They're saying they're going to vote on a bill to pay some federal workers today. Now give us the nice little bearish retest and
And by the
okay.
way, what does that have to do with Bitcoin or anything?
Clearly the federal workers are going to take this pay and buy Bitcoin.
They're so like how stupid they made people in 5 years. It's really causing me like internal problems. I can't. I just can't anymore. I can't believe people are listening to this. It's crazy. Either way, I'll take my money today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Market. Appreciate you. We did it, boys. We fucking did it.
Mazel
Okay.
tov on the TP.
Thank you.
We're so bad.
That was a quickie, huh? Like a real quickie. Woke up this
And now-
morning, saw Bitcoin low. Imagine Grant Cardone saying 97, and I said, nah, 102.
Now my short filled and let's dump it, please.
Let's fucking dump it to motherfucking oblivion, baby. Let's go. Thank you for the update, sir. Much
Let's
appreciated.
bless him some more.
Exactly. Grant Cardone, let's bless him in the face right now. Fucking genius. This is what happens when you listen to people that got rich by stealing money from real estate deals and pretending to be a real estate person. By the way, there's a difference between rich people that really got rich because they're smart, and then there's the Grant Cardone style rich, right? Which, like Andrew Tate giving people a Bitcoin advice. Listen, guys, he sells courses. Okay? About being a man. I don't think I don't know how to say this, but it's not financial savviness that took him there. Okay.
He makes fun of people who leverage trade while he teaches leverage trading in his program. Just remember, if you buy his product, he thinks you're a faggot.
That's good. I mean, of course, little faggot. And by the way, all women should make me a sandwich right now. Just a reminder. Now that we're talking about him. All right. Thank you for that. That was a nice break. Dice Daniel, mi plan era invertir recurrentemente y ser indiferente si el mercado subió o bajaba, pero ahora quiero enfocarme en esto porque me gustaría aprender a entender los mercados y cómo se mueve todo. Ve, Daniel, acá acabas de decir algo importante. Tienes un plan y ahora te estás saliendo del plan para intentar ganarle al mercado. Eso nunca va a pasar. Esto es una excelente lección el día de hoy para ti. Si tu plan es invertir recurrentemente porque tienes dinero para agregar recurrentemente, esta bajada continúa comprando, güey. Ese es el plan. Un buen amigo mío que trabajaba para mí, bueno, trabaja de repente para mí todavía. Un buen amigo mío va a venir este fin de semana. Mañana lo voy a ver. Me dijo, lo vi hace cuando Bitcoin recién rompió los $100,000. Vino a mi casa y me dijo, güey, ¿qué hago con mi Bitcoin? Y le digo, ¿de qué hablas? Me dice, pues compré todo el Bitcoin que me dijiste. Y le digo, ¿cuándo? Y empezó a comprar en el 2022 al 2023. Y empezó a comprar poco a poco. Y con todas esas compras, no mames la apreciación que tuvo. Y no agarró el fondo del fondo para empezar. Empezó a comprar en la caída, que es donde estás ahorita, mi Daniel. Si este es tu plan de invertir recurrentemente y acabas de empezar, estás de huevos, güey. No te preocupes, continúa con tu plan. Y ahora, ¿quieres invertir más agresivamente? Abre otro portafolio para hacer eso. Continúa con tu plan. Aquí es donde la cagamos todos. Y esto es lo que les digo. Hago yo un análisis, veo mi análisis, pongo mi TP, pongo mi esto y veo que Farhan me dice otra cosa. No voy a cambiar de opinión. Alex me dice, no voy a cambiar de opinión. Voy a seguir con mi trade para equivocarme yo mismo. ¿Ok? Eso es muy importante de continuar. Y yo creo que de todos los errores que puedes cometer, mi Daniel, estás bastante bien parado. Si es, una vez más, recurrente lo que estás haciendo y no metiendo putazos de cash grandes a la bolsa, que eso es para mí lo que yo hago ya, ¿no? Que es, tengo estos 100 pesos en esta cuenta, los voy a poner todos a la verga acá de un putazo. Eso es lo que yo hago. Eso es recomendable. Yo creo que si tienes la experiencia ya y has sido un pinche nerd y estás en el mercado y ves todas las pendejadas así, etcétera, y te ha ido bien, pues bien, vale la pena. Pero si no, DCA, que es meter lana poco a poco, es lo mejor que puedes hacer, cabrón. Así que no te me preocupes. Y gracias, Ramón, también. Sí, llegamos a la entrada de Solana. Efectivamente, ahí estamos. Así que atentos. Yo creo que hasta 168 sería, hasta 173 te podría dar el rebote Solana. Pero voy a acabar esto en putiza para irnos a la que sigue y que haya tiempo. Pueden ver también que Solana está en el punto más bajo en nuestra tabla mensual de volatilidad y está a punto de intentar expandir. Esto nos dice que viene un movimiento grande para arriba, para abajo. Y atentos, esto tiene cara de que todo se va a ir a la mierda, ¿ok? Además, tienes volatilidad de Solana en la trimestral en el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Eso combínalo con que estás a punto de perder el promedio del 9 por debajo de los 160 en la trimestral. La última vez que perdiste el promedio del 9 por debajo del promedio del 9 trimestral, ni siquiera había populado, hijo de puta. Y fue cuando estuviste en $8. Entonces, tienes que pensar que si esto se llega a dar, este escenario, $160, todavía falta un mes y 25 días, pues puedes entender qué tan monumental va a ser la caída. Y además, una vez más, volatilidad cayendo al punto más bajo de toda la tabla en la trimestral, también en la mensual, preparando el movimiento más fuerte de toda la historia por debajo del 9 mensual. La última vez que perdiste el 9 mensual, por cierto, fue la caída de los aranceles, tío. Así que aquí todavía te faltan 23 días y 7 horas, pero atento. 2 semanas nos pone volatilidad, no en el punto más bajo, el punto más bajo lo hizo en octubre del 2024, pero nos pone acá justamente antes de darse la vuelta y recuerden que tenemos que estar por encima de nuestro promedio de volatilidad para que expanda, así que por ahora nada, pero tenemos el 55 y llegamos a tapear el 100, lo que me dice mi siguiente objetivo es los 120. ¿Por qué? Porque vas a definitivamente venir a tapear lo mínimo y yo creo lo vas a romper sin problema alguno en Solana. En la de 2 semanas tienes una tendencia bajista, alto, alto, más bajo, bajo, y ahora lo que falta es pintar el bajo más bajo. Y esto de nuevo es por lo que tengo mi objetivo en 78. Yo creo que 78 van a llegar rápidos. No me pondría yo mis moñitos de no, güey. O sea, 78 yo creo que van a llegar rápidos. Semanal, tienes volatilidad expandiendo. Tenemos que ver cómo cierra esta semana. Creo que son 2 días para cerrar y 7 horas, efectivamente. Pero tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída, cabrón. Ojo acá, esta volatilidad te podría llevar muy, muy abajo. Con fuerza y con ansia se gana en Francia. Tenemos el S&P 200 populando en los 102. Ese es sin problema alguno tu siguiente objetivo, que es esta línea meme. Por acá. Por ahora está aguantando el promedio del 100 y eso te da juego a venir al 55 en una zona entre donde estamos hasta los 173 para poder hacer un corto si es que sube tanto. Pero ahí va Bitcoin en 105, 102, 500, ya 200, casi $200 arriba de mi take profit para que lo tengan en mente. 5 días en los Solanis ya tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Y esto es atención porque este gráfico nos da caídas de 30%. En Bitcoin, en Solana debería ser 50%, pero vamos con 30%. 30% nos ponen los 129, 35% nos ponen los 120 y 50%, que es lo que yo veo en el futuro de Solamis próximo, 93, un nuevo mínimo y eso nos lleva a los 78. Diaria, volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída, pero está llegando a extremos. Ahora, esto no va a frenar a Solana. Solana le gusta estar en extremos mamones, así que atentos. Acá en la diaria es la que te pone el trade perfecto. Yo creo que tienes tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Ahorita, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Un retesteo del promedio del 9 que se encuentra justo en los 173 para dar continuación a la baja. Y es lo que estamos viendo. Y para equivocarnos, que está cabrón la invalidación, está en 205, aquí arriba. Pero tu primera nota de invalidación de nuestra teoría son si rompe 190 al alza, porque esto te pone más arriba de esto. Técnicamente, deberías de poder mínimo retestear bajistamente esto. Y ahorita lo que nos está dando este pompazo, quiero ver dónde acaba. ¿Por qué? Porque este pompazo que estamos viendo ahorita, la gente ya está bajista. Entonces, yo esperaría a que esto pompee lo suficiente para que todo el mundo crea que en verdad ya este fue el fondo, que compré el fondo, soy un genio y vamos a alt season y todo eso. Podrías tranquilamente venir a retestear esta zona, 190 hasta abajo. Esa sería la siguiente zona. Y es difícil poner acá tu invalidación. Yo lo que sugiero a todo el mundo acá es creen una invalidación, o sea, pueden usar un trailing stop loss, que es un porcentaje, si pierdo tanto por ciento me salgo, o pon una basada en el pasado, como acá, en los 178. Sería algo que podrías usar. Pero acá depende de ti y aquí ya es muy, ahora sí que es tocarle los huevos al diablo, ¿no? Cada quien hace lo que guste, pero esto va en tendencia bajista. Esperamos simplemente rebotes para dar continuación a lo que estamos, que es tendencia a la baja. All righty, señor, what's next?
What was that for Celsius?
Say it again?
What was that for Celsius?
What was after Celsius? That's a great question. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, Robinhood.
Oh, yeah.
Rubbing the hood.
There we go. All right. We don't have enough data for that, so we will switch it down. All right. So we'll start with the monthly on Robin the Hood. So we have multiple rejections of the 100% range. This is the area where Robinhood likes to top out before getting a little pullback to reconnecting with the 38.2%. And then from there, it likes to get some more busting action back to that top 100%. comes back down to reconnect with 38.2%, another posting action, and I'm expecting the same trend to continue to hold true, that it's eventually going to come down and reconnect with 38.2%. But the question is if it's going to come down and reconnect with the 38.2% as it is down here, or 38.2% is going to get dragged up and price is going to consolidate like it did in every single one, other previous iteration, and then get your reconnect, and then price continues going to the upside. Right now, pullback targets are going to be somewhere around your 5 EMA at a minimum, which we're pretty close to right now. 5 EMA is at around $121. That would be a pullback from your all-time highs of around 20%, actually. The textbook definition of a bear market for traditional markets. And very likely you are going to get, whether a bullish or bearish, a little bit of a bounce at that 5 EMA. And if you notice on every single one of these moves to the downside, we did go a little bit lower. We went to the 21 on every single one of them. But on that move to the 21, we got a significant strong bounce. And that bounce made closed us over the 9 on every single move to the downside. And this was a bounce of this one of about 43% in one candle bounce from the wick low to the close. This one was 40% as well from the wick low to the close. And if we were to take it from here to this 21 EMA, let's just be generous and say it bounces exactly at that 21 EMA, and let's do it about 40 to 45%. There would be a bounce to somewhere around just over $100, and taking us back over the 9 would be around 45%. Similar move as we did last time, and that's a bounce, a move to around $104. So if we were to get the same type of move as we did on each one of these other previous setups, that would bring us somewhere around $70 to $80 on the move to the downside, and then we'd want to see a 40% bounce, take us back over that 9 EMA, back over $100. And during that process, these HVD ranges would step up, and that would give us more clearance to the upside to continue moving up. And that would be a very significant move down from our current all-time highs. Let's just bring it to $80. That is like 45% to the downside. Interesting. It matches up with every single one of these. We are currently getting momentum flipping down on the monthly, with volatility flipping down, all lining up with the pullback from here. The pullback that leads into a higher low, with the jewel now losing the curvature and about to lose the buy signal. 2 week is now losing the top 38.2% with momentum flipping to the downside. Now to the downside, putting in bearish divergence because we have higher highs on price, lower highs on momentum, and we're losing this 38.2% now, also losing the bullish control zone with a God mode sell signal on the jewel. Closing below this area, which is around $131 on a 2 week basis, will bring us down to the bottom 38.2%, and this 2 week 21 EMA at around like $93-ish, getting us closer to that $80 zone. That's a very severe pullback. I guess it goes to the upside like crypto. It is going to pull back like cryptos. Weekly is now losing the median, losing the 9 EMA, with momentum losing the bullish control zone. You got bearish divergence on the weekly also, with volatility now at extreme lows, and a fresh sell signal on the jewel, with a pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish critical zone. That's a very, very bearish signal. Let's mark this right here. See, we got another example right there. And this one is not as powerful, but we'll mark it off. Let's see what happened. That's right. There we go. This is a move down of 35%. This one is initially 32%, which lines up with 35%, could have bounced, and then 43%. Currently, we went down about 17%, got a little bit of a bounce, and you are now down about 17.6%. Take it about 43%. Brings us roughly to about $80 and that 55 EMA on the weekly basis. Interesting. That 55 is where we found our last bottom at. Five-day also flipping to the downside, losing the median, volatility at extreme lows, and a sell signal on the jewel, same thing as the weekly. 2-day also flipping to the downside, volatility is expanding, losing your buy signal on your jewel, and flipping down, losing the 38.2% now as well. about to get a nice breakdown, which is at $126.35 and 21. Closing below this 38.2% brings you down for a little bit of a bounce at your 55, around $112. High probability that bounce fails somewhere around 120, and at that point you're going to come to this 100, which is around your $90 zone. Eventually, this is going to lead to the 80s. Daily is now flipping extremely to the downside on momentum, a higher probability of a bounce from somewhere around this zone with volatility pretty high up, right at the area where it likes to top out. This bounce likely takes you up somewhere around this 55 at that 120-ish, $130 zone. High probability that fails, and you're likely going to dump from there to this 200 eventually, which is right at that 80, 83, $84 area. 4 hour now very close to giving you a silver cross to the downside. One, maximum two more closures before that does confirm. Likely lines up with a little bit of a bounce from here, and this 9 EMA is going to continue to drop. Ideally, I'd like to say it's somewhere around this 100 at that $130 zone. Give us a nice rejection, bearish retest, maybe put in some hidden bearish divergence, and then continue downwards. Let's check the RSI. Higher highs and no bearish divergence. 2 weeks after bearish divergence, however, and this will be confirmed with any close below $120.88. That'll give you an easy target of this 21 and run around 92 bucks. See if you have any RSI targets. Oh, 92 bucks is the edge of the bearish control zone. Beautiful. Weekly is now about to confirm another drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 137.25 in about 3 hours. And that'll give you an easy target for a little bit of a bounce at that 112, 114 zone. And then eventually you will hit the neutral zone, which is currently around $99, lines up with that 90-ish zone. And then your 55 is the final spot, which is around that $80 zone. 5-day also putting in that bearish divergence. Similar target for that 55 EMA. 3 days already confirmed, 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $144.77. Target is the bearish control zone, currently at $81. 2-day already confirmed, multiple drives of bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $150.47. Target off of that is going to be the bearish control zone, which is currently sitting at 116.95. So likely lines up with that a little bit, that slight bounce in that 112, 115, 116 zone. Somewhere between 110 and like the 1-teens. Daily currently has multiple drives, also with bearish divergence. This is going to target the bearish control zone, which is currently at, also lines up with around 114.50. 4 hour, nothing currently. I'll go to momentum. Oh, interesting. This monthly 21 lines up somewhere around that $80 zone as it continues to rise up. And this is where we had our bottoms every single time. Monthly volatility is now finally starting to contract from that extreme zone. And we're getting monthly momentum starting to flip to the downside. And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $152.50. 2 week is also flipping to the downside with volatility now contracting from a double extreme. Let's zoom in. We are putting in bearish divergence on the 2 week, and we are going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $142. Weekly also flipping to the downside with bearish divergence, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're closing below 150. 5-day also flipped down with bearish divergence, going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 149. 2-day freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone, and you're going to be with volatility expansion, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $138.80. Daily also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion and a derp of depth, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $144. 4 hours also flip to the downside, but it's very close to flipping back up with a silver cross to the downside about to confirm. And you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $123.15, which we are over, so we're close to flipping back up. And the 2 hours also close to flipping back up, and it will flip back up if we close over $125.60. So on the high time frame, this is now flipping into more bearish posture, not exactly bearish, but more of a sideways consolidation slash cautionary posturing, with momentum on the monthly hitting extreme highs and hitting the very high areas on the HPDR. Plus, you're getting volatility contraction now after hitting all-time highs, with monthly momentum flipping to the downside, putting in bearish divergence on the 2-week, the weekly, and the 5-day, which all give you targets of somewhere around that low to mid $80 zone. And the invalidation for that right now is just simply getting a tick over your current all-time highs, or either that, or if you want to do a weekly on a closing basis, getting a weekly close over about $150.50. Aside from that, with your momentum on the low time frame starting to flip back up, makes it likely you see a little bit of a bounce from here. Also tapping very extreme areas on the HPDR to the downside on the low time frames. Maybe that bounce takes you to somewhere around 130, 135. High probability that bounce will end up failing with your volatility setups to the downside continuing to play out. First bounce zone somewhere around $110 to $115. That bounce also likely fails and continues to play out with that high 5-day, weekly, and 2-week bearish divergence for somewhere around that $80 zone.
Thank you very much. Senor Circle is next.
Alrighty.
CRCL.
CRCO.
Thank you. Very simple. Rubbing the hood.
We're robbing it very effectively.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh no, our system shut down. Yeah, every single website in the world can handle all the traffic in the world except these crypto exchanges and stock exchanges. It's true, and you believe it because you're a fucking moron. So we'll keep doing it.
And we can continue trading over the counter. You just can't buy or sell.
Exactly.
You can only sell.
These guys are fucking ballers, dude. Ballers. Ballers. Because even if you tell people this is how it works, they're like, no. Oh, you fucking conspiracy idiot. The market is me. When I buy my $20 worth of Bitcoin, it goes up. Fucking brilliant. I'll be quick. Ok, estamos viendo Robinhood. La pregunta, Ramón, era cuál es la diferencia entre Robinhood y, ¿cómo se dice? Robinhood y Coinbase. Bueno, para empezar, Robinhood son acciones tokenizadas, ¿no? Y además tiene un pool de clientes. Coinbase es básicamente el puente, el que es la base de todo el nuevo sistema monetario en cripto en Estados Unidos. Entonces, en mi opinión, la posibilidad de crecimiento de Coinbase es mucho más grande que la de Hood. Esa es mi opinión. Ahora, igual y Robinhood hace algo para crear puentes, etcétera, más o menos como Coinbase, pero Coinbase es simplemente lo que han usado todo este tiempo para eso. Entonces, Coinbase debió haber tronado el 2022, para que lo sepan, y no reventó porque lo salvaron. Tiraron Binance a propósito, ¿se acuerdan? Y todo lo demás. Eso te debe dar una buena pista. Coinbase para mí va a ser lo siguiente. Entonces, si me vas a preguntar dónde voy a meter mi dinero, es con Coinbase, entre estas dos. Y una vez más, para la gente que llegó tarde, antes de meterme a Bitcoin en este nuevo ciclo, me voy a meter a Coinbase. No voy a comprar Bitcoin, no me interesa. La volatilidad de Bitcoin ya no es lo mismo que antes. Ahora, si Bitcoin llega a caer a un punto pendejo, a un precio estúpido que es imposible de creer, también compraría Bitcoin. Pero yo creo que la culerada más grande es que Bitcoin baje a 46,000, 55,000 y de ahí vuelva a subir a 55,000, a 100,000, y eso es literalmente el doble. No es nada. Entonces ya no me interesa la volatilidad de Bitcoin, ya no es lo mismo. Me interesa para hacer trading porque es muy divertido, está abierto todos los días y además lo entiendo, pero no para invertir a largo plazo. Yo prefiero Coinbase simplemente por lo que se está dando. Esto es para resolver preguntas que hay aquí en el chat. No crean que les estoy contando mi vida para que ustedes lo hagan. Ustedes compren Bitcoin si son amantes de Bitcoin y la gran descentralización y que el gobierno no te quite tu dinero según tú y todo eso. Compra tu Bitcoin. Yo soy el pendejo que va a comprar Coinbase. No te preocupes. Acá tenemos en Robinhood algo interesante pasando. Tenemos una M, pero no una M apropiada bajista. Esta M tiene el tope acá y esta va para abajo así. Personalmente, ya creo que esto se frió. No tengo idea, porque el sistema, si no estoy equivocado, los bancos les está yendo bien ahorita. Y ahora, ¿eso por qué es? Porque las acciones están arriba y hay muchas transacciones, pero esto cobran por compra y venta. Y ahorita que estás entrando en un mercado bajista, imagino que tal vez su primer trimestre sea bueno. Pero esto es fuera honestamente, de lo que entiendo y lo que sé. Entonces, es algo que no voy a tocar. Lo que sí sé es que esto no ha corregido suficiente. En la caída de los aranceles, porque imagínense todos los aranceles que tuvo que pagar Robinhood en el 2025, y no voy a dejar de decir esto porque todo el mundo dijo que los aranceles y siguen hasta ahorita pensándolo. Entonces, 55% para abajo. Ahorita Robinhood solamente ha caído 20% desde el tope, según yo. Cayó hasta el punto más bajo 21 y está 18% abajo. Eso no es nada. Y eso fue el 2025. Vamos a ver rapidísimo cómo se ve la caída esta es la de los aranceles, que fue la que les acabo de medir, ¿no? Que ven de aquí a acá, 55%. Y quiero ir a la del 2022. Ah, pues es esta, porque salió el 2021. De acá al fondo cayó solamente 91%. Ok. 90, 55. Vamos a dividirlo entre dos, ¿no? Si sumas 90 y 55, te va a dar 145 y lo vamos a dividir entre dos, 72.5%. Movimiento promedio en la bajada. Más o menos a los $40, que es donde está el promedio del 100, y eso tendría sentido para que tengamos una idea de lo que estamos viendo. Y una vez más, no tiene por qué, pero pues cuando el mercado se cae todo, tíos. Y excelente la entrada del short, ya había jalado más. Pero bueno, estamos acá viendo Robinhood, que había tenido un patrón súper alcista, es la famosa taza, lo pueden ver acá, con agarradera, y una vez que reventamos, íbamos acá. ¿Cuál era el objetivo de este movimiento? Vamos a ver, de acá a acá, y luego tienes expansión acá. Todavía le quedaba, eran 163, todavía no se dan. Ahora, ¿eso quiere decir que tiene que tocarlo? No, para que no se me vayan a poner locas todavía. No tiene por qué tocar esos objetivos. Es lo que estamos viendo en la mensual. Mensual es alcista, pero pueden ver que en todas estas velas mensuales, cuando tienes algo así y luego una roja grande, es cuando te da la corrección, y es básicamente lo que estamos viendo. Tienes todas estas velas verdes como antes y luego tienes una vela roja importante. Esto podría ser lo que nos señale una corrección. Ahora, no estás ahí. Para empezar, todavía estás por encima del promedio del 5 y el 9. El 5 está en 125, que es más o menos donde está esta línea. Así que siempre y cuando estés por encima de esta línea, tienes que seguir siendo alcista. La cosa es, y acá tenemos que poner mucha atención, esta vela roja ya bajó más que la vela verde. Esto nos pone una tendencia bajista en la mensual por ahora, a menos de que vayamos a hacer un nuevo alto histórico, que es lo que invalidaría esta tendencia. Además, tienes volatilidad contrayendo que no había contraído desde los aranceles. Wow. Y eso fue bajista. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo muy fuerte ahorita en este gráfico mensual. En la de 2 semanas tienes volatilidad contrayendo aún más después del movimiento grande que tuvimos acá. Una vez más, volatilidad contrajo al punto más bajo en los aranceles. Así que por ahora estás viendo una corrección, pero todavía tiene más para bajar esta volatilidad, así que pon atención a ello. En la de 2 semanas tienes una vela que te había dicho que esto podría dar continuación alcista, no lo dio, y ahora estamos ante una vela envolvente bajista. Si esta vela se confirma en 3 horas y 2 minutos tal cual, la próxima vela, si cierra por debajo de los 120.57, te va a decir que esto va a continuar para abajo y probablemente nuestros objetivos, más o menos por acá en los 45 a los 66, sean tocados en este mercado bajista. Semanal. Y para que sepan esto, este mercado bajista que estoy esperando tiene que ser estilo 2008. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento, ese tamaño de corrección. En la semanal estás por debajo del promedio del 9. La última vez que cerraste por debajo del promedio del 9, llegaste al fondo en septiembre, nada mal, honestamente, solamente una vela. Y antes de eso fue la de los aranceles, que una vez que perdiste el promedio del 9 fue lo que te llevó ahí abajo. Aquí estás por debajo del promedio del 9, estás encontrándote con este segundo tope en esta dirección, en esta línea meme que viene en diagonal bajista y puede dar continuación. Pero de nuevo, estás por debajo del promedio del 9, pero eso es solamente en la semanal. Momentum está apuntando para abajo. Eso nos pone algo más bajistas. Quiero ver la de 2 días en este gráfico específicamente. 34, exactamente. Una vez que pierdas el 34, una vez más, esta línea, quiero que vean esto. Volatilidad está expandiendo en este momento en la de 2 días y esta vela va a cerrar ahorita en 3 días, en 3 horas. Si esto cierra tal cual con la volatilidad expandiendo por encima del promedio, esto va a dar continuación y son movimientos grandes, tíos. ¿Ok? Diaria ya tienes expansión con confirmación de volatilidad ante la caída. Ok, ahí lo tienen. Y con eso, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser los 115, que es el promedio del 100. Y después los 80. Así que puesto sencillo para todos ustedes. No sé qué es lo que voy a quitar acá. Robinhood, siempre y cuando aguante por encima de esta línea meme, debería de poder venir a tocar este tope. Pero pierdes esta línea meme el día de hoy, cierras tal cual, yo vería la de 2 días. La de 2 días es la que me va a dar la pauta. Cierras por debajo de esto, en esta de 2 días con volatilidad expandiendo, esto te va a llevar entre los 80, mínimo, a los 66, como mínimo. Y de ahí puede continuar. Si te da una corrección, solamente para ponerlo en contexto, vamos a medir. Corrección arancelaria, 55%. Sería aquí, al 68. Déjame lo escribo. ¿A dónde dije que era, verga? Se me olvidó en tan rápido para que vean, 55. Acá, 68. Ok. Ok. Si es una corrección estilo aranceles. Si es una corrección estilo 2022, que es el único dato que tenemos en esto, $12. No la voy a poner, no creo que esto llegue a pasar, pero bueno, lo voy a poner solo para tenerlo como referencia. Ok, listo. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es lo que es. All right, Mr. Farjano, let's look at circle.
El circle. How do you say circle in Spanish?
Círculo.
El círculo.
There you go. There you go. Very nice. Very nice, my friend. Very nice.
Circle. There we go. We'll start with the 5-day because this is the only one that we have enough data for from the with the HPDR, and we are getting to a major bounce zone right around the 95% zone, 97.5%, right below the 100%. We're getting back over that 38.2% on that bounce. This is, let's see, I'm curious how much of a bounce from wick low to where we are now. About 4.68%, not the most. And as long as we are holding over this 38.2%, what's more likely is we're going to come back up and retest this median. 38.2% is at $98.46. Median is sitting around $114. So this would be with the stop loss at this area, a risk first of about 2%. Versus about 14 to 15% in your favor. Not too bad. But although as long as you are closing below this median, probabilities are that you are just going to end up going continuing to the downside. What gives you a more extended bounce is closing back over that median about $114. That sent you back up to somewhere around $136, $140. Taking out this previous low here at $159 is what takes you back to your current all-time highs. But ideally, that would be while you get some more data, these HPDR reaches can continue to step up, and then I'd like to see that, because if you take this area out, you're likely going to be going beyond the 100% range, and at that point, with how little data there is, I wouldn't really be trusting the HPDR at all. Momentum is
That's a
currently
5-day
the
chart. That's
downside.
all the chart. Damn.
Yeah. I'd take this with a little grain of salt.
Yeah.
2 days got some more data. You are getting a breakdown now on the 2-day, but 2-day is also telling you you're at a very, very extreme area to the downside. More of probability you see somewhat of a bounce from this zone, and it also lines up with that psychological level of $100, and that bounce maybe takes you up somewhere around $110 towards maybe 110 to 115, which would be a retest of that median on the 5-day. But momentum on the daily is currently now breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. Daily is currently at very extremes to the downside now with volatility at expansion, high probability for bounce from this zone with a tap of the daily 97.5%. All lining up with, at the very least, a mean reversion from the zone to somewhere around 110, 115. 4-hour, we're trying to pick back up momentum, very close to flipping back over the moving average. Let's zoom in a little bit, lower lows, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence with volatility ticking down from extreme highs. That bounce on the 4-hour takes you same zone around $110 to $115 for this 9 EMA for the or to the median around 115. Now let's go into the RSI. We got weekly hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below above this one here. Actually, this is very close to being invalidated. 123.09. We're 20-ish dollars below that area now. 5-day nothing. 3 days got hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $147.44. And your next target is the bearish control zone, which currently sits at about 92.66. 2-day nothing. Daily currently has bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $117.20. Next target is the bearish critical zone, which is going to be at $57. This will update in about 3 hours. And nothing there. Nothing there. Let's look at momentum. No data. 5-day is going to be flipped to the downside with volatility expansion as long as you're closing below $116.66. 2-day is also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $119.75. Daily is also flipped to the downside, and it will flip up if you can close over $102.40, and volatility is getting a little extreme. 4-hour is already flipped up with volatility at extremes, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $97.62. Lines up with the idea of a short-term bounce tapping very extreme areas on the HPDR. On the high time frames, this thing is flipping bearish now with momentum on the 5-day and the weekly flipping to the downside. You're taking out the last major higher low, and not really a higher low. It's kind of in a downtrend because you didn't make a higher high. On the low time frames, though, you are hitting pretty extreme areas on the HPDR, giving you a high probability of a bounce, also lining up with that $100 psychological figure, and that bounce likely takes you up towards somewhere around $110 to $115. But as long as you're closing 5 days, 5-day basis below that $115 area, high probability this bounce is going to continue to somewhere around that $80 to $70 zone next. Maybe a little bit of a bounce there, and then your next RSI target is somewhere around $55 to $57. And the invalidation right now is simply just taking out $159.47 on a take basis, or getting a close over about $147.44. Either one of those two things, and you're likely going to be testing somewhere in the $200 zone, but I really don't think that's going to happen. I think this is just going to get a bearish retest, maybe consolidate a little bit, and then continue the dump.
Very nice. And to close this, we're going to look at our very own investments. So Intel.
All right, we'll see how much we're up. We're all making money. We're gonna send stimulus checks to everyone.
Everybody's making money. We're going to send stimulus checks from the tariffs.
Make sure to use those stimmies. Make sure to use those Donald stimmies on buying Bitcoin.
Oh my God. Bitcoin, give me 102,900 so I can short hard. Give it to me. That's all I'm going to ask it. so I can go into this. All right, I'll be quick so you can jump in, hop out, have fun. It's Friday, baby. Let's go. Ok, estamos viendo Circle, damas y caballeros. Circle, esto es básicamente el entorno de monedas estables de Coinbase. Esta es la red de Coinbase, ¿no? Y lo que me gusta de la red de Coinbase es, no puedes comprar la moneda de la red, ¿no? Como si fuera Ethereum y no pudieras comprar Ethereum, pero puedes comprar la acción. Ahora, esto va a ser algo también bastante caliente para mí de diversificar mi posición de Coinbase total. Yo creo que voy a entrar en Circle también. ¿Cuándo? Ahorita, ¡ja! Ni de pedo. Ni de pedo. Los llevo a la de 2 días. Permítanme enseñarles esta gran caída con expansión de volatilidad. Llegaste a un máximo histórico acá en los 299 y ahora va cayendo. Estás por debajo del punto pivote importante de los 109 y naturalmente deberías de venir a buscar estos ¿qué son? $64. En mi opinión, esto se va a ver un poco como se veía. ¿Están listos para esta? Y esto no le va a gustar a muchos de ustedes que compraron esta cosa. Sale Coinbase, rompes alto, caes y recuerda, llegó hasta 429, cayó a 250%, volvió a subir a 370 y cayó cabrón hasta $30. ¿Ok? Por ende, cuando volteo a ver Circle, ¿no? Que es Coinbase, no, CRCL. Cuando veo Circle, tenemos que ir por debajo de esto y por debajo de los 64 nos podría llevar tranquilamente por acá entre los 10 a los $30. Ahí es donde voy a estar muy interesado en comprar esta chingadera. Ahora, una vez más, Ramón, me preguntaste algo que ya contesté. No tengo precio en las bajadas, mi estimado. Lo que hago es esperar a ver cuáles son las malas noticias. Cuando me digan que todo se va a poner peor, ahí, básicamente ahí es donde me voy a echar para atrás. Y un segundito, voy a abrir un corto en Bitcoin, primera posición. Lo voy a dividir en 2 para que sepan. Market Open Short. Vientos, sí. Vamos para abajo. Mi segunda entrada, 103,500. Esperando que 104 rechace si es el extremo. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienen. Un trade gratis del tío Salo. Nadie lo siga, por el amor de Dios. Ok. Gracias, Elías, por querer dejarme una propina. Se aprecia. Te mamas. Vientos. Continuamos con este pedo. Circle básicamente está en una clara tendencia bajista. Bajo, alto, bajo más alto, alto más bajo, bajo mucho más bajo que el pasado, alto mucho más bajo que el pasado, bajo al igual que el pasado, alto más bajo que el pasado y bajo más bajo. Atentos, 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 atentos. Y ahora, aquí esto es lo que quiero que vean. Teníamos este canal alcista, ¿no? En la de 2 días. Caímos, retesteamos, caímos, intentas retestear con el promedio del 34 y vas para abajo. Esto es bajista. No importa en qué temporalidad lo quieras ver, la mejor vista es la de 2 días. Y aquí es donde deberíamos de decir, si estás teniendo debilidad y empezando a perder el tocar esto, tu siguiente objetivo acá debería de ser los 109 para continuar a la baja o un rebote al promedio del 21, digo al 9, que esté en los 123 y ahí continuar a la baja. Y estaríamos mal si para empezar te llevas los 147 para arriba o si tienes cualquier cierre semanal. No, en realidad, si te llevas los 150 para arriba o cualquier cierre semanal por encima de 147, esto estaría incorrecto y esto va a haber continuación al alza. Por ahora, esto simplemente va a ser un retesteo bajista para después continuar a la baja y llevarnos a la mega verga, ¿ok? Así que atentos por acá. Esta va a ser una de las acciones divertidas. Y una vez más, solamente para que lo entiendan y lo vean, cómo se va a acabar viendo esto. Lo voy a poner en la semanal. ¿Cómo se va a acabar viendo esto? Así. Como esto. Para que quede claro. ¿Y qué pasó después de eso? Esto es lo que voy a comprar. Y ahora ya me estoy mamando, ¿no? Como si eso fuera a pasar a huevo y definitivamente, pero es mi intención. ¿Ok? Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es lo que es Circle. vamos a Intel, vamos a checar cómo nos está yendo en nuestras inversiones a todos los gringos, porque pues, compramos Intel, ¿no? Todos tenemos parte de esta empresa.
All right, let's see how we're doing.
Let's see how everything is going. What a great chart. Unbelievable chart.
Luna's giving me an angry death stare. Always so angry, this kitty.
Is she? I thought People was the angry guy.
No, dude, she's not really angry. Her eyes, the way her eyes are shaped, just makes her look like she has a
Mean
R.
mug.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vinny has the same. He looks like a total fucking asshole, and then you see how you call him. He's like, like, so sweet.
So on the 6 month, it is lining up for a bounce right now, which you are getting a bounce off that 6 month 100 EMA. We're getting momentum starting to flip back up, getting very close to exiting the bearish control zone, with the volatility now contracting from 100%, and the 6 month jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral. The last time you flipped your sell signal into a neutral signal was all the way back here, back in 2009, off of a generational bottom at around $12.06, and we went straight up to about $69 from there. That's actually a very nice top. Very nice all-time high, or not all-time high, but very nice cycle top at $69. Right now, our resistance zone is going to be this 38.2%, which right now, which is sitting at around $45.50. Our previous lower high is at around $151.28. That's a very nice setup right there, because whether we're bullish or bearish, we're very likely going to get a reaction from that zone. And if we were to take that to the risk, that's about 13% against you, versus to the downside, you're going to be targeting somewhere around this 21 EMA at a minimum. That's around 19%, which is not really the best odds, but the better one is going to be at your 55 EMA, which is also very likely to get hit off of that pullback, even if we're going to be bullish, which is about 33%, 2 to 1 right there. And then what's going to line up with that resistance zone is going to be the quarterly. Switch to that, quarterly is also flipping back up, not quite out of the bearish control zone yet, with volatility contracting, but the quarterly 38.2% is at about $43.40, very close to that $45 zone, both lining up in that low 40s for a high probability zone for rejection, or at the very least a little bit of consolidation and pullback. Monthly is now also lining up with the idea of a short-term pullback from that zone, because that will be tapping the between the 95s and 97.5% range on the HPDR. So even probabilities are lining up with lining up against continuation from that zone, with momentum getting very extreme and volatility getting extreme. Can go one more attempt higher on volatility before it's topped out, and that would line up with one more move to the upside before you get your pullback. A monthly is also very close to giving you a buy signal on the jewel. The pink very close to getting above the yellow within the bearish control zone. And once this does confirm, you'll likely get some nice busting action to the upside. And this is the reason why El Presidente entered for us, because he could see this. On the 2 week, we're also getting a little bit of an idea.
Imagine Trump with his HPDR on, like in the Oval Office.
All right, we're in the 100%. It's time to log. Baron, load my account. It says I don't have anything in my account. Father, you have to transfer to futures.
How do you do this? Let me watch the ETA video on how to use a futures exchange. They do it really well, I tell you. Very well. They explain it. I funded my account. I sent the money.
They're very handsome, by the way. Very handsome.
Sorry, go on.
So on the 2 week, we're also lining up with very extreme areas on the momentum and volatility. And this is to the upside with a rejection of your 200 SMA, and you're now well within the 97.5% range, giving you high probabilities against continuation from the zone. More likely, you are going to get a little bit of a pullback. While this 2 week is very close to slower crossing, this will cross in maximum 2 more opens, and that 9 EMA is going to continue to rise with every single close. That'll give you a high probability that 9 is going to line up somewhere around 100 at about $30, $32, and then from there you're likely going to bounce and continue to the upside while these HPDR ranges can step up. Weekly is now flipping down on momentum and volatility, losing your buy signals, flipping to a neutral, and you got the God mode background with some nice rejections of your 97.5%. Right now, confirmation for continuation to the downside is going to be losing this meme line in the 5 EMA, which should then bring you down to about this 38.2% at that same $32 zone. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly. 2-day also flipping to the downside with volatility contracting right now and getting a God mode sell signal on the jewel. You are bouncing off of your 38.2%, but this is kind of a weak bounce. And it kind of looks like this is going to fail. You're putting in some possibility of a nice bearish engulfing dildo here too. You just need to close below 36.63, and that will confirm. That'll also give you a loss of your 38.2%, likely bringing you down somewhere around the 88.3%, which is currently just around $33, right around that $32 zone. Daily also flipped to the downside on momentum volatility expansion. Getting to the 88.3% on the HPDR, but you are below the 88.3%, so that likely does signal continuation to the downside with closures below your 21, and you're still rejecting it, bringing you down to this 55, which is at about $33, right around 32. And 4 hours now flipping back up, getting back over your moving average with volatility going into a contraction phase now. And the 4 hours now losing the sell signal on the jewel, flipping into a neutral signal, lining up with the idea of somewhat of a bounce from here. And that bounce maybe takes you up to somewhere around maybe $38, $40. High probability of a rejection from that zone and you will also get a nice gap fill once you get that bounce, and likely going to just continue to the downside from there and put in a lower high in a series of lower highs plus some hidden bearish divergence. Let's go to RSI. Nothing there. Nothing there. Monthly has multiple drives and bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $19.66. Next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at $63.47. And your support zone is going to be the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about $35. 2-week also has bullish divergence, but you're already in the critical zone. Nothing there. Nothing. Let's go back there. 3 days now putting in possibility of hitting bullish divergence after taking out this previous low on momentum, but you will need to close over $39.84 to confirm. That'll give you targets of all-time highs and likely the simple moving average, which currently sits at $62.24, another target of 60s. But it'll take a big if to confirm that. And daily, a 2-day currently has on the opposite hand confirmed multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 38.69, nice number, and that'll give you 2 targets from there. One is going to be the neutral zone, and the next is going to be the bearish control zone. Neutral zone is currently at 33.50, and the bearish control zone is at 26.17. Daily currently has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 36.63. And your next target is the simple moving average, which currently sits at a neutral zone within the simple moving average. Neutral zone is at about $38, lines up with that short-term bounce target. And the simple moving average is at 41. So similar number range, about 38 to $40 for your next lower high. 4 hours now confirm bearish divergence, and that will be active as long as you're closing below 38.69, and your next target is the critical zone, which is at about $37, 30 cents lower than where we are now. Let's look at momentum. 6 month is now freshly flipping back to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out this previous low, all of these previous lows really, and it's going to remain flipping back, flipped up as long as you're closing over $25.20. Plus, you're getting volatility expansion with momentum flipping up from the edge of the bearish control zone. Usually, whenever you get that volatility expansion with momentum flipping up from the edge of the bearish control zone, you go to the edge of the bullish control zone, and that gives you some nice busting action on price going along with it. Quarterly, it's also freshly flipping back up. Quarterly is putting in bullish divergence, making a higher low on momentum with price making a lower low. And this is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $21.50. Monthly is also flipped up with volatility pulling a double extreme, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $22.24. But there's a high probability of getting a pullback in the zone with that double extreme, and that pullback target will be somewhere around $33 to $28-ish. 2-week is currently flipped to the upside with volatility at extremes, and you will flip down if you can close below $35. Weekly is already flipped to the downside with volatility now contracting from the extreme and from 100%, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $41.16. 5 days also flipped down with volatility contracting as long as you're closing below $40.10. 2 days also flipped down with volatility almost back at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $41. Daily is also flipped down with volatility now expanding, going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $40.46. And 4 hours is close to flipping back up, and it will flip up in 6 minutes if you click and close over $36.92, which we are over right now. And I'm assuming this will be up. No, this will also flip back up in 6 minutes if you close up at $37.13, also over that number right now. So high probability 2 hour and 4 hour are going to flip back up. On the very high time frames, like the quarterly and the 6 month, you are now flipping back into bullish posturing with momentum keeping back up at the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility supporting and now likely taking you to the bullish control zone, which is going to lead to a significant move up in price. And you have quarterly flipping back up, confirming bullish divergence on the quarterly, which is very significant to confirm that on the quarterly. But you are hitting very extreme areas on the HPDR, making it likely you're going to get somewhat of a pullback from here, hitting somewhere around $30 flat to maybe $28. If we're really bullish, we'll bounce at 33. I'm not thinking that's more likely though. I think we're going to go towards somewhere around that $28 zone. But on the lower time frames, like the 4 hour, 2 hour, momentum are flipping back up, likely giving you a bearish retest of somewhere around 38 to 40-ish dollars. Likely rejection from there, and then continuation to that dump into around 28 to like $30 zone.
The cats are calling you. So please.
It's Luna. Luna loves to cry.
Well, say hi to Luna for me. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. And is there anything else you'd like to say before you run away?
Aside from, I guess Bitcoin, keep watching 106 area for rejection. If you can get above 106, then 109 will be the spot. And then 5 day setup is already firing off. So the only invalidation is if you can close up the 5 day over 105,650, they'll reverse that into an upside setup, but then you can just ride that up to new all-time highs.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Very clear, senor. Enjoy your weekend. Say hi to Alex for me and say hi to Luna and Fibo. Take care. Enjoy.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos. Cochiloco is signing off.
Adiós, Cochiloco. See you later. Vamos a ver cómo vamos con Intel. Estamos un poco todavía jugando lo mismo que habíamos analizado la vez pasada, ¿no? Viene la caída para acá y el retesteo alcista, o pierdes este nivel de los $28 y vas a ir para abajo. Por ahora, y esta tabla la podemos empezar con una tabla de 6 meses porque hay demasiados datos. Siempre es divertido analizar estas cosas así. Pueden ver que Intel está en una tendencia bajista por acá. Por más que nos guste ver esto a todos los inversores americanos, porque pues es nuestra empresa. Donald Trump usó nuestro dinero para entrarle. En lo que estamos viendo, esto, Intel continúa. Déjenme ver algo rápido. Exactamente. Este es algo bastante fácil. Esto es el 2008, ¿eh? En el 2008 te aguantó el promedio del 55 y nunca caíste más. En el 2024 te aguantó el promedio del 100, ¿ok? Y parece que ya aguantó. Ahora, estoy completamente convencido que esto va a ser súper alcista ya tal cual. Todavía no. Porque ha estado chopeando muy de lado y también tenemos que ver una cosa muy importante. Del tope de Intel en el 2000, fue el 2000. Acá pueden ver que son altos más bajos. Y yo me atrevería a poner esto acá. Para mí, para poder romper esto a la alza, $45. De $45 nos podemos ya ir para arriba y buscar máximos históricos. Es lo que yo pensaría. Pero por ahora, Intel todavía localmente está en una tendencia bajista desde el 2020. ¿Ok? Has tenido alto, bajo. Alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Alto mucho más bajo, bajo mucho más bajo y un alto más bajo. Esta es la de 6 meses. Una vez más, solamente para que estén al pendientes. Pero, muy bien, algo que no habíamos hecho desde el 2023. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 trimestral. Todavía falta 1 mes y 25 días para cerrar esto, pero por ahora empieza a pintar bien. 3 meses, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja.
cualquier oportunidad de retesteo del cruce plateado debería ser tomado como oportunidad para hacerle corto y justamente es lo que estás haciendo, el retesteo de, ¿cómo se dice? De este cruce plateado. Ahora, si este cruce plateado nos lo está dando ahorita, hay muchas acciones que en temporalidades altas, por ejemplo, a los bonos le encanta hacer esto, que cuando te da ya el cruce, y pueden ver que está entre una y otra, entonces voy a usar el de después, cuando te da el cruce, pero guay, mi línea de embarazada, ¿no? Normalmente este es el fondo. Me gustaría ver eso, pero viendo también el panorama de todo, me cuesta trabajo comprender cómo este podría ser el fondo, pero güey, igual Intel y de verdad funciona de otra forma o algo así, pero por ahora lo que simplemente parece es un retesteo de la línea meme que viene desde arriba del 2021, 2020, 21 y con rechazos cada uno. Y este tiene cara de ser otro rechazo. Y también, si tienes otro rechazo acá en la trimestral, te lleva acá y luego acá, estarías haciendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, que sería el patrón por fin de fondo que estaríamos buscando. No lo tiene que dar, pero eso me daría la validación de lo que estoy buscando. Mensual estás en extremos ya. No nada más en extremos. Esta es otra cosa que les quiero enseñar. Les pongo el HPDR. El HPDR está ya al 95%, lo que sugiere una corrección antes de haber continuación. Esta corrección nos la está dando, lo hemos platicado varias veces en varias sesiones acá. Podría ser varias cosas. Podría ser, uno, el promedio del 100, ¿no? Justamente acá, que pueden ver que fue resistencia. Lo rompiste y ahora tienes que venir a retestearlo en los $36. El promedio de los 200, que es el morado que viene por acá en los 34, o hasta justamente el 78% o el promedio del 34 en los 30. Pero de caer por acá, deberías de venir a ver la parte alta de la zona azul en los 24 y ahí ya no sería el mismo escenario. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver que estás también todavía ya en el 100%, te está rechazando el S&P 200. Esto va a cerrar en 2 horas y 29 minutos. Pondría bastante atención a esto porque esta es una vela topera bajista. Y si cierra tal cual y la próxima semana, bueno, la próxima de 2 semanas cierra por debajo de $36, te confirmaría la vela topera y habría seguimiento a la baja. Hay que ponerle atención a eso. Semanal, lo mismo, vienes del 97, vienes en realidad de rechazar el 100% y la parte alta de la zona azul está en los 32, que debería de aguantar justamente con esta corrección acá. Yo creo que la semanal es la que nos vamos a quedar viendo, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente tienes los promedios bastante bien divididos y divertidos. Siempre y cuando aguante tu SMA 200, que es esta línea morada que viene así, chida por ahí, ¿no? Si aguantas aquí y rebotas, debes de ir a 45 e intentar romper esos 45. Una vez que te lleves el máximo de acá, debería ser fácil romper los 45 y eso te daría continuación a la alza potente. Pero también tienes un cruce plateado a la alza semanal. Eso quiere decir que el promedio del 9 debería aguantar. También puede haber la posibilidad de que el 35, por eso este rango es de entre 35 y 32, básicamente, sea la zona de rebote. Y aquí abajo, si no rebotas en el 28 fuerte a la alza, vas a caer. Y si cierras por debajo de los 26, vas a tener probabilidad de chopear y continuar o chopeando o ir para abajo. Así que Intel no está tan difícil, simplemente lo que estamos esperando es un retesteo de la zona de breakout, que es el SMA 200. También puede ser esta línea meme verde, que es esa para mí, una vez que lo superes, te apoyes y revientes a la alza, va a ser la señal para mí de que vamos a reventar a la alza con fuerza. Pero hasta que no la dé, hasta que no tenga ese movimiento, no puedo tomarlo en cuenta tal cual. ¿Ok? Es muy importante tener eso presente en la cabeza de Intel y de nuestras inversiones como gringos. Pues, damas y caballeros, ahí lo tienen absolutamente todo puesto enfrente de ustedes, enfrente de la mesa. Les mandé ahí les dije ahí de un par de trades que me estoy aventando. La bolsa parece estar recuperándose ahorita para no cerrar tan trágicamente. Esta caída de la bolsa me gusta y me llama la atención por una cosa. Es muy diferente a las otras. Normalmente lo que vemos en otras caídas son 9, 10% de todo para abajo, para abajo, para abajo, para abajo, para abajo, continuación a la baja. Y en esta no. En esta viene de atrás para adelante, de las cosas menos vistas a las más vistas. Y se le están llevando lenta, que es tal cual lo que están haciendo con la política monetaria. Lentamente se está yendo toda la verga. ¿Por qué? Eso es lo que causaría más dolor. Lo que parece ser que estos tíos están haciendo es tirando todo poco a poco, poco a poco, poco a poco, poco a poco. ¿Y por qué? Porque esto es lo que haría que más personas cometan errores de comprar en niveles altos todo. Porque si lo tiras rápido, pues la gente se espera y compra el dip, ¿no? Pero si ahorita le sigues tirando poco a poco y cada dip lo subes como rebote, haces que la gente lo compre. O sea, ya he leído a 1000 güeyes, ¿no? Que es de, güey, voy a comprar el dip en 116, voy a comprar el dip en 112. No puedo creer que tenga la oportunidad de comprar en 110. Voy a comprar en 106. Voy a comprar en 102. Voy a comprar en 97. Han comprado todo. Esa es la idea de esto. Que esas personas que no han aprendido absolutamente nada de cómo funciona esto, continúen, compre y compre y compre, que es la mayor cantidad de gente, honestamente, no porque no puedan aprender ni nada, es porque pues, literalmente solamente escuchan a alguien que les dice qué hacer y van y lo hacen, y es por eso que funciona también este sistema para ellos. Lo que estoy viendo y lo que voy a mantener un ojo en es el dólar. Está de lado, a punto de reventar a la alza, pero de lado, de lado, de lado, de lado, de lado. Y esto es lo que nos va a guiar al siguiente punto del dólar para arriba y el mercado para abajo. Una vez que el dólar rompa el índice del dólar, los 102, el nivel de los 102, ahí es donde ya va a ser muy tarde para todos salirse de todo. De todo, de todo, de todo, de todo, todo. Pero por ahora, continuamos viendo este mercado, disfrutando de las ganancias en nuestros cortos, en nuestros largos, esperando estos rebotes, actuando de la misma forma, sin cambiar nada y a esperar lo que sigue. La paciencia es lo que los va a hacer dinero. Ahorita no meterte en todo, como todo el mundo está intentando hacer, es lo que te va a hacer ganar. La menor cantidad de trades grandes que hagas, lo mejor. Si tienes tu sistema y quieres empezar a comprar todo ahorita en la bajada, excelente. Es lo mejor que puedes hacer ahorita como Daniel, que está comprando sus posiciones y las está metiendo en DCA. Quiere decir que cada semana compro $50 de lo que quiero comprar, ¿no? O cada lunes, cada miércoles, diario. Y esto siempre te ayuda porque a fin de cuentas, si la bolsa está cayendo, estás comprando más y más abajo cada semana y eso a fin de cuentas algún punto te va a promediar muy bajo y cuando se dé la vuelta el mercado vas a estar en positivo siguiendo agregando esas posiciones y te va a ayudar mucho el promedio. Si eres una bestia tonta como yo, simplemente nos esperamos a ver niveles, llegamos a niveles y luego checamos el sentimiento. Por ejemplo, si voy a invertir en Tesla, voy a necesitar a gente que diga que tienen que despedir a Elon Musk. Hasta ese entonces no voy a comprar Tesla. La gente tiene que decir y ponerse al pedo y crear peticiones de que despidan a Elon Musk y lo pongan en todas las noticias. Ese es el fondo de Tesla, ¿no? Y es como en Bitcoin. ¿Cuál es el fondo de Bitcoin? Cuando te dicen que se acabó, que ya nadie le interesa y salen las noticias de que esto fue el fin de Bitcoin, pero no voy a comprar Bitcoin, voy a comprar Coinbase en ese entonces y también Circle. Pero ese soy yo. Ustedes compren su Bitcoin y todas estas cosas, da igual. Cada quien zapatero a sus zapatos y cada quien a sus zapatos. Continuamos por ahora viendo esto, monitoreándolo, sigan viendo el dólar, sigan viendo el VIX, el índice de volatilidad. Está haciendo esto y la gente no lo tira nada. Y también quería checar el yen japonés, les tengo que decir, continúa a la alza, pero puede que haya encontrado el alto más, el siguiente tope y dándose vuelta a la baja. Si el yen llega a bajar de 149.29 por dólar, si llega a bajar de ahí, es tu confirmación de que ya viste el tope y ahora vas a ir a corregir mínimo a los aranceles o más. Y ahí lo tienen. Una vez más, para toda la gente que no lo haya escuchado, la razón por la que todo está cayendo es por malos resultados empresariales, que fue lo que platicamos. Les platican a todos que va a venir inflación, que se va a repetir lo del 2022, lo del 2020, 2021, para que todos crean que va a pasar lo contrario cuando estás viendo descuentos en todo. Cuando ves descuentos en todo, los márgenes de las empresas empeoran, se vuelven mucho más pequeños, sus ganancias empeoran y por eso están despidiendo a la gente, no por inteligencia artificial. Eso también es parte de la tendencia, pero no tiene nada que ver. Están despidiendo a la gente porque saben que sus márgenes se van a reducir, tienen que ser más eficientes y simplemente están empezando a hacer lo que tienen que hacer. Y es por eso que si viste en el 2020 al 2021 subidas en la bolsa cabronas junto con un mercado superalcista, tienes que ver lo contrario en este momento porque literalmente lo contrario está ocurriendo. Por más que te cuenten otras pendejadas, es lo que está ocurriendo en la realidad. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, cuídense mucho, muy feliz viernes, pásenla de huevos, le voy a dar de comer a Tata y ya, pórtense bien. Gracias a todos por estar aquí conmigo, nos vemos el lunes. Como